Good evening, YouTube world. I'm your host, Paul Italia. If you haven't already, please make sure you subscribe to my channel. So, welcome to the Arm Wrestling Buzz episode 79. We got the Arm Wrestling Buzz crew in the house. Matt Hollywood Conley. What's up, brother?
How you
Sporting
going,
those guns. Hell yeah, hell yeah.
mate? uh,
We got some of the usuals in the chat. We got Woody, Drew, James, Sylvester, Josh Burner, Richard. What's up, fellas? How's everybody doing tonight? So, Stizzy, what's up, brother? How you been, man? Haven't seen you in a while. So, I want to first start off before we get into the arm wrestling topics and all. I want to start off with the Mike Tyson fight, man, because we know everybody practically on this planet was watching that match, and kind of just want to get your thoughts and were you happy about it? Were you a little disappointed? And and I also seen a lot of stuff, people talking about how it was set up and it was scripted, and they're sharing videos of where it looked like Mike pulled back on a couple of the punches that he normally would knock people out on. And so first off, man, did you watch the fight that night?
yeah, absolutely. I watched the fight. I did a live commentary for it as well. So that was a lot of fun. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the whole thing. I think the people that were watching it were expecting to see the 20-year-old Mike Tyson, who was knocking everybody out left, right, and center and the world champion, not the 57, 58-year-old Mike Tyson that they hadn't seen in many, many years, that was going to be coming back into the ring, who, if they hadn't seen the Roy Jones Jr. fight, didn't realize what level he was going to be at compared to how he used to be. And I think the fact that so many people, they know the name Mike Tyson, they've seen him, they've seen his highlight reels, and they've just got this idea that this guy's an absolute killer, that he's a weapon, that he knocks people out. Oh, he's the best knockout guy ever. And then it's like, they say, oh, he's got to fight this weekend. And they go, oh, well, he'll destroy this dude. Like, who's he fighting? Oh, that stupid YouTube guy, Jake Paul. Yeah, can't wait to see that. He's going to knock his head off. It's going to be amazing. And it's like, you do realize he's 58 years old, hasn't fought in years, has had major problems, health issues, all these other issues. It's like, they don't see that side of it. They were expecting 20-year-old Mike Tyson to walk into the ring. And it's like, that isn't what you're going to be getting. Do you not see that? So, yeah, it led to a lot of disappointed people.
So first off, were you a big Mike Tyson fan back in the day? Were you one of those that used to watch all his fights and all, or was he before your time?
He was really big, obviously, when I was a kid, but being in Australia, we didn't get like American pay-per-view events or anything like that. So we would have to wait for sports highlights. And, there was always that buzz around Tyson, and that this guy is an absolute weapon. He's a killer. And you would see every time he step in the ring, the other guys would just get absolutely flatlined. So it was fun through that era. And then he had the time where he went through prison, and then he came back and he was still fighting. I think I was in my little late teens, early 20s by the time he sort of came back. And I did watch the Evander Holyfield fight live. That was, I think, the first time I actually watched him fight live, when that was the ear-biting incident and everything.
So was he like your favorite boxer, or who was your favorite boxer of all time that you used to watch?
Ooh. I don't know if he would be my favorite, because it was limited on how much we could see. Like we it was hard to sort of follow. You couldn't. It wasn't like every Friday night you can watch boxing. It was like you would just get random on a sports show. Like Channel 9 on Saturday morning would be Wide World of Sports, and they would have 50 different sports on, and they would show a few highlights from each sport. And that's where I learned about the wrestling, like the WWF and all the rest of it. And boxing was on there as well. So it was sort of like you would see these guys on there, but it was hard to sort of follow them to say, oh, this guy is an absolute legend. But Muhammad Ali, when I was young, was one of my favorites. I remember having a pack of stickers. I don't know why or where I got them, but it was the little sticker book, and I had Muhammad Ali stickers all over my bed frame.
Wow. See, I grew up, man. Mike Tyson was the man, bro. Like that's, I remember when he lost against Buster Douglas. I mean, I think I was like probably probably like 8 to 10 years old, man. And bro, I felt like I was gonna cry. Like when he went down, I was so fucking mad. But at the same time, I just remember that Buster Douglas went through some crazy shit in that training camp. I believe a week before his father passed away, and he told he was praying his father, saying he was going to do it for him, and what I mean. So everything kind of just lined up for Buster Douglas that day. But I just remember, man, like that was like my hero growing up was Mike Tyson, and I just remember, you were afraid to go to the bathroom when that fight started because it could be over the time you get back. And that was like always the thing. Like you knew it was going down in like the first round or two. He was going to knock somebody out and their eyes were going to be rolling in back of their head. You know what I mean? So that was like my hero. But, now that I'm older and I kind of understand life a little better and all, and, when I look back through his career, you could kind of just see how the money kind of just ruined him back then. You know what I mean? When he was young and coming up, he was just so damn hungry and he just wanted to be successful and make that money. And, you could tell he was from the streets, bro. That dude was like, raw from the streets. He wasn't playing. It wasn't an act with him and all. But as he got that money and, it just got to his head, bro, he started buying all these jungle animals. He's buying his friends' mansions and he'd go out and buy 10 cars in one day. And, you just knew it was like getting to him. And I just remember watching, each match after that, he would come in a little less trained up, become a little chubbier. And, people would be saying, he was, didn't do the full camp or he wasn't taking it seriously. And that's when it started like kind of bothering me back then. And then to see Buster Douglas beat him. And then when we went back and he went again at Vander Holyfield, and that was like the talk for like 10 years before that. Like they need to match up and it just never would work out. And there was always like something why they couldn't fight. And then to see him fight Evander, and he just kind of went into like a breakdown, dude. You could just see he was so mad he couldn't do nothing to Evander. Evander was so much better of a technical boxer and just kind of lit him up. So the street level Mike came out that day. He was like, yo, I'm gonna fucking eat this guy's fucking head off, bro. Literally just started chomping away on his ears and liked it, you know what I mean? Which was just like crazy. But when I say that, what was crazy was the whole fight. If you're watching, he kept biting on his glove the whole time, bro. Jake would hit him, and then this dude's biting on his fucking glove. And my girl kept saying, she's like, what is he doing? Is he biting his glove? I'm like, I don't know. I can't really tell. And it turns out when they asked him, he's like, yo, I have a biting fixation. I was biting on my glove the whole time. You're like, damn, bro, this dude is like straight up animal for real and all. But I don't know, man. It was kind of upsetting to me, man. I kind of knew that it was going to happen. I was like, if he was going to have a shot, it was going to have to be in that first 2 to 3 rounds. And I said that. I think we talked about this before. I said if it goes anywhere past that, it's kind of, I think Jake's got the upper hand on that. I think stamina and all that. But, it was just not the old Mike, man. You would see kind of like the little flashback that he would move like he did, but it was just like in slow motion, where back then it was just like so fast. And then the other thing that was like a telltale for me was with the legs. If you guys seen his calves, they would just he looked like a stick figure. You know what I mean? And it was just like, that's not the old Mike Tyson I remember, man. And if you know boxing, everything, all your power comes from your legs. You know what I mean? So it just, that was like kind of like a telltale kind of thing. But
yeah.
The other thing that I seen after, after I heard, we obviously knew there was something wrong with his leg and all that. You could see he had the brace on. But when you watched like the videos on YouTube of, I think he got to the weigh-ins the night before and he was getting out of the car, you seen how he was hobbling. You could tell. And I was like, oh, wow, dude, this dude's leg is like really messed up and everything. And, that's kind of a shame to see that, because that's kind of like his only chance is, to have healthy legs and to be able to move. And kind of that's how his whole boxing style was on his footwork and all that shit. So I don't know, man. I was kind of disappointed in a way, because just like you said, I was just kind of hoping that like you'd see a glimpse of that old Mike Tyson monster coming out, and kind of just seeing him. You're like, damn, bro, Father Time is for real. Like, it really caught up to him. But What were your thoughts as far as like a fix, man? Do you think that was a possibility at all?
No, not in the slightest. No, I think that the people who are calling for that are just disillusioned Tyson fans looking for an excuse. And I've seen so many like people just putting up like all these little clips of, oh, this proves that it's a fix, and it's like just because Tyson didn't throw a punch in this one little moment, and it's like, are you serious? That's your evidence? Like, you realize that it's a federal offense to fix a fight, and this is a sanctioned boxing match. It is not an exhibition. It is held under the unified rules of boxing. You can't then go and like decide, yeah, we'll have an agreement and we're going to do this and you can't knock me down here. And so if that stuff ever got found out, like both these guys are in massive trouble, and every single person that paid for the event or paid for Netflix or anything would be getting refunds. Like there's just, it's an astronomically stupid claim to make. And everyone who's saying that, it's like, where is your factual evidence? Show me your factual evidence that this fight was fixed. Because it's so easy for people to go, oh yeah, it was just fixed. And it's like, where? Just prove it to me. Like, where's your evidence? Where's your written recorded?
I might be able to show you something, bro. I was totally against it, and I was like, "There's no way," because watching it live, I was like, "No way, bro." It was just, Father Time caught up to him. But after seeing the clips that they have out, I can't explain why he literally was going to punch him and then pulled back. And there's good 4 or 5 of them out there that I'm like, yo, that is got me a little thinking like something was up, because it just didn't make sense, bro. Like he dodged and weaved, had the wide open to hit him, literally threw the punch, and then went like this, pulled back, not to touch him. And well, it was weird, bro. Like I've been watching a lot of the videos, and like I said, that night that wasn't in my head. After seeing these videos, I'm like, I can't explain why he would pulled back. I mean, it was straight up, bro. You seen him just literally pull back. It's like Jake knew he fucked up and he could have been open for that shot, and Tyson was about to hit him right there and then just pulled it back. And you're like, why would he have did that? Like no boxer would have did that.
Yeah, it could have been a multitude of reasons. I mean, if you look at, you've got 8 rounds of a fight and people are picking out 2 or 3 seconds and then saying that this is a moment here which proves this fight isn't real. But it's like he threw a lot of punches in those situations as well. So in those situations where maybe he did go to throw and pull back, it could have been maybe his legs was injured, he was out of position, he might have felt like, if I throw this, I'm going to be overbalanced, and like it could have been lots of different things. Maybe he thought, look, he's too far away, I'm going to swing wild, he's going to come back with the other hand. You're looking at micro decisions in like a fraction of a second of somebody, and it's like, yeah, sure, maybe he was open, maybe he could have thrown the punch, and it's like, but you're analyzing 3 seconds of, how long did they fight for? 40 minutes or something. And it's saying, okay, this proves this wasn't a real fight. It's like, look at the moments throughout the rest of the fight where he did throw punches, because he hit Jake Paul 18 times throughout that fight. He just didn't look good. He looked like a slow old boxer who had no reach, no distance control, no ability with his feet. His footwork was gone. He was standing stock still in the center of the ring for the majority of the later rounds. He would come out each round with like this renewed energy for about 15, 20 seconds, but he would put all of that energy into defense. So he'd come out and he looked great, like bobbing, weaving, moving, looking really fast, really smooth. And then it was like, after that 20 seconds, 30 seconds, that slowed down. And it's like, why didn't you put that energy into swinging punches at Jake Paul? That was your opportunity to go after him there. But I think that the fight played out pretty much exactly how I thought it would. I did give Tyson the ability to win the fight. He definitely has knockout power, and he still could have won the fight at any moment throughout the event. But it was the first and second round was the most dangerous for Jake Paul going in there. That's when Mike was going to have the most energy, the most ability to move, the most ability to throw those haymaker knockout punches. As soon as that first round finished, it was like, okay, I think Jake is in a really commanding position here. After the second round, it was like, yeah, I don't see Mike being able to at closer distance and land that punch. And I think Jake and his team worked very diligently, and they were very disciplined in their approach. They fought the perfect fight, maintain distance, hit him with long range jabs, and then look for the overhand right and the straight right when you get the opportunity, and get the hell out of there. You do not want to be within striking distance of Mike Tyson at any point. So throughout that, he stayed in that range. He stayed disciplined. He landed 78 punches. He had Mike hurt a couple of times, but he didn't rush in, which you see a lot of times. People hurt somebody, then they rush in, they forget the game plan, they step straight into somebody else's power, and they get KO'd doing that. And it's like, it showed to me a high level of boxing intelligence from Jake Paul there. He was like, okay, I've heard him. I'm going to come in. I'll see what's happening. Oh, he's still there. Okay, I got to get out of here. I got to go back to what was working, because A, I'm going to win by decision most likely, and B, I don't want to get my head punched to the third row. So yeah, I thought it was a very cleverly fought fight from Jake Paul. I thought it was the perfect approach. I think that if you look at all the haymaker punches he threw towards Mike Tyson, that he was definitely trying his hardest to knock Mike Tyson out. I think Mike was just too old, too slow, was unable to close the distance like he used to with the heavyweights, because he was always an undersized heavyweight. He was always the shorter guy going in. But what he would do, and you would know this, Paul, is like he would bob and weave and get under their punches, but using his fantastic footwork and coming down and coming up with these incredibly strong uppercuts and body punches, and using that momentum of bobbing and weaving, which closed the distance with his feet, and switching stances and landing really big, heavy, powerful shots. But he just didn't have the leg speed, didn't have the ability to close the distance there. It was probably the 15, 20 seconds of each round. He would have had some moments where he could have done that. But for some reason, he just stayed on the outside and used all that energy that he'd regained in the 1 minute break to just look good in defense and move and dodge punches. And then he would get tired. And it's like, why didn't you go after him in those moments? So I don't know.
I think it got to the point, man, because I remember when I was watching it live, I think those first 2 rounds, I think everybody realized that he didn't have the speed or, what he needed to knock out Jake. And I think Jake even read that too and realized, like, yo, this dude is too slow. I got him right now. And I don't know if it's all the age thing. I think that is a big part of it, but I think even a bigger part was the injury. And I don't think he wanted people really to know, and, not being able to move on that leg and put all his weight on it. I mean, that's pretty much Mike Tyson's foundation right there to get that power. And I think that was like really bothering him. And, also you got to remember that they were in a lot bigger ring also, you know what I mean? Yeah. So Jake could get away a lot easier and all that. So after that first 2 rounds, I just said to my girl, I'm like, it's not happening. There's no way. It's, Jake's too quick for him. Mike's moving real, like slow motion. And I think it was even Roy Jones Jr. kept saying, and he's like, the leg's a problem. You could just see how he's moving around in there, which, it was kind of sad, for us Tyson guys that grew up with him. We just wanted to see that one last hurrah and kind of just knock Jake Paul's head off. And, I think everybody's waiting for somebody to finally get in the ring and do that. And it just was disappointing not to see that. And after seeing that ladies match right beforehand, it was such a disappointment, because that ladies match was just unreal. That was an absolute war. And I think we kind of were hoping that same energy was going to go in there. And after that first 2 rounds, I think everybody in the building knew, I don't think this is going to be good. But the one thing I got to say, man, is I'm happy that he didn't get knocked out. You know what I mean? It's like he stood in there the whole time. It was disappointing only seeing 18 punches being thrown. That shit was kind of like driving me nuts. Like, at least, connect some more and all that. And then, he had that one chance when he had Jake up against the ropes, and you could see that Tyson could have bit his ear. It's like, at least bite his fucking ear or some shit. You know what I mean? Let's make this fun right now. Like, take off half of his ear and spit it out or some shit. Like,
you just wanted to see somebody get bitten.
Yeah, I wanted to see something like Jake, like, earn that 40 million, bro. Like, at least lose half an ear and have a scar to talk about for the rest of your life, bro. I mean, you did get 40 million for that.
Absolutely. It's funny because the way that they set this match up was very clever from a marketing side. And yeah, they've got the people that absolutely hate Jake Paul and they just want to see him get knocked out. And then it's like, okay, well, who's the ideal person to knock this dude out? Mike Tyson. Oh yes, that would be the best thing ever. You know, everyone's like, get Mike Tyson in there. He will clean this dude up and he will teach him a lesson. And it'd be like, okay, that'll be the ideal thing, especially for the casual fans who don't realize that Mike Tyson is almost 60 years old. And it's like, yes, put him in there. We want to see you close this clown's mouth. And so that's why everyone was watching. That's why it was one of the biggest events in boxing history, was because you got the perfect setup. You've got the bad guy and you got the guy that everyone loves. That's a knockout artist and a killer. He's the one that's going to be coming in to take him out. But of course, when you sort of understand both guys intimately in terms of their boxing prowess, where they are in their careers, and you have an idea as to how the fight will more than likely play out, you sort of saw through the smoke and the mirrors, and that is why every single betting agency out there had Jake Paul as the favorite.
Yeah, he was pretty high. I think it was like plus 185 before the match went off. And I know a lot. It was like they were getting the old Tyson fans, where the guys betting the big money. I think Drake put up like, $350K on Tyson, and he was hoping to win like $1 million back, But Woody says, how many big arm wrestling matches are fixed? You think any of the arm wrestling matches these days are being fixed at all?
I would hope not. I would really hope not. That is one of the things that I think has prevented it from with the people that are pushing for it to be in the Olympics, is that they could say, well, hang on, these matches could potentially be rigged or whatever, especially for the betting side of things. Like if you get betting involved and then two guys sort of put big wages on, and they come up with an agreement, and it's like, let's both put an enormous amount on you, and then you can win, and we'll both get a big payout, way more than what we're getting paid for the actual match. That is a big concern. I don't think there's any obvious ones that I can think of that I've seen that were really questionable, especially at the upper levels. I think the fact that people do this as a passion and they do it because they absolutely love it and they love the sport and they want to be the best they possibly can, that is a big selling factor, as opposed to there's millions of dollars to be made and there's huge amounts of money and it's a big financial reason. That's not involved in arm wrestling at this point. So the people that are doing arm wrestling, they do it because they love it. They do it for the passion of the sport. When you start adding in lots of money and big dollars, that's where you get questionable things happening.
Yeah, my only thing with that is, we heard rumors back in the day, like when they were doing the big matches in Dubai with King of Table and all. And, supposedly in the backgrounds, we're hearing that there was like millions of dollars going on, betting, as people, like a lot of the oil guys over there, were putting big bets on there. I kind of really didn't believe it then, but that would be the only time that I think there could be a possibility, because what else are we doing? We're trying to cheat for a trophy. Like there's no big money like involved with it, where with fights like that, I mean, you got close to like billions of dollars going on them with all the betting and all that. So I think we're in two different worlds with that. But as the more money gets involved, I mean, that could be definitely a possibility.
Yeah, the thing that really frustrates me, and this is something that I would say is matches that are fixed, is when people are in a tournament and they deliberately lose to go into the B side, or they deliberately lose to allow a teammate to go further, or they don't put any effort in because they're trying to allow their training partner or their friend or whatever to get a better draw. That to me is absolute rubbish, and I absolutely hate it. I can't believe people do that. And I've written it into our rule set that if anyone doesn't give what I believe to be 100% effort in a match, then they will be disqualified and won't be competing with us ever again.
Yeah, I agree with that, man. I kind of always irked me as well. And, you kind of give an unfair advantage to somebody by doing that. And it's just no reason for that, But Meek says, in boxing or any fighting, if you have an injured leg, you're completely fucked. I 100% believe that. You know, I used to do a lot of MMA back in the day, and anytime, especially like I used to do a lot of Brazilian jiu-jitsu and getting a lot of knee locks put on you and all, you know, you know what it is to have to fight with, you know, any kind of knee issue. I mean, that's your bread and butter. That's your foundation. That's where you're getting the power from. And I couldn't imagine being in a boxing match and, you know, having a messed up leg. And, you know, that's why it kind of sucked for Tyson. You know, that's got to be the worst thing. And, you know, just seeing him getting out of the car, I mean, you could tell, you know, that there was a problem. But you know what I did see Fat Joe made a video, and it was like, usually I don't like Fat Joe. I think he's kind of a goofy ass retard. But anyways, this one, I was so mad when he came to the World Series with the Yankee game, and that's who they had. You know, they had they had that good one, Ice Cube in LA, and then our answer back with Fat Joe, and I'm just like, what a goofball, bro. Like, can't represent the Yankees right now. But anyways, he actually made a video, and he was talking about how Mike Tyson has progressed. Back in the day when you used to see Mike Tyson walk in, he'd have an entourage, 40, 50 dudes. He usually have like a famous singer coming in with him. And he was like, yo, back then, all these guys that are in his entourage, this guy wants 50 grand for after the fight because he's doing something. He's your boy. This guy wants 100 grand. And, you know, Mike Tyson was just probably handing out money everywhere. I mean, granted, he was, you know, one of the highest paid athletes back then, making 40 million a fight and all. But he's like, I seen him progress in life because we seen Jake Paul come in with a big entourage. You know, he came in with the lowrider in the car and all that. When we seen Mike walk in, I was like disappointed that night. I'm like, I only see him walking in there. And it was like, you know, he looked like he was kind of out of place. And I just remember back in the day, I was telling my girl, I'm like, yo, he usually comes in with all the glitz and glamour. But after Fat Joe said this, I was like, he goes, Mike has finally learned, man. None of those people are going to be there. You know, they're all there when you're on top of the world. But when you lose everything, ain't none of them going to be there. And he learned his lesson because he came in by himself on this. So all that 20 million, that was all going in Mike's pocket. He ain't going giving it out. So in that aspect, when he said that, I'm like, wow, you know, that is, you know, that's true right there. You know, he is learning from that, you know, because, you know, he was kind of like retarded with his money back in the day, bro. He'd go and make, you know, 50 million that night and then spend 60 million in the next following week. You know what I mean? So it was like, at least he's learning, and, you know, it seems like he's like matured in that way. So, you know, shout out to Mike Tyson, you know, keep that money, bro. Make that go a long way. Go invest into your dispensary, make it bigger, better, and keep making that money, man. But I'm just glad to see that he got that shot. He got another payday. It's like, I know he's been busting his ass the last couple of years to build his brand back. And, you know, he's doing all meet and greets. You know, he started in the marijuana business. He started doing decent in that. So it's like, it's just great to see, because, you know, he had, you know, was probably like $500 million back in the day, lost it all, went bankrupt, didn't pay no taxes during that time, had to go to jail for so many different things. But you know, hopefully he's going to keep that, and you know, he'll stay on top of the world. But I got to ask you, man, do you want to see him in the ring again? You know, I'm not saying against another younger dude half his age, but would you like to see somebody like, you know, another Legends match? You know, like, you know, what about like him versus Evander? You know, do that again, you know, at this age. Would any of that interest you, or do you think it's, you know, you should just ride off into the sunset and be happy what you got right now?
I mean, his legacy is always going to be established, and he doesn't have anything to prove to anybody. And as he said after the fight, you know, I didn't do this for anyone but myself, which was, I think, such a powerful statement. You know, the people that always say that they're fighting for somebody else or fighting for another reason, I always bet against them instantly, because they always lose. It's like, you need to be fighting for yourself when that is the most important thing that you're going to be doing. It's like, if you're fighting for your sister, you're fighting for your brother, you're fighting for, it's like, no, it's got to come from you. It's got to be you wanting this more than anything. And if you don't have that drive, that mentality, then you're not, you know, when you get that adverse moment, you're brother, sister, whatever, they're not in the ring. You're in the ring. You're the one that's fighting. You need to be the one that summons that energy because you want it more than anything. You can use it as inspiration, but if you're doing it for somebody else, it's like that is a straight bet against you from me. And normally I'd say 9 times out of 10 that I get that correct. But in terms of seeing Mike Tyson again, I think this was not a good showing, and not a good showing for him in terms of his boxing prowess. And maybe the injury that he had with his leg was really hampering his ability to have a good fight, have a good match. God, I mean, if they put it on, I'd watch it, but I wouldn't be calling for it. I wouldn't be like, hey, I want to see, like, we must have Tyson and Holyfield. But if they put it together, yeah, I'll watch.
What did you think, though, watching the training videos that he was putting out there toward compared to his performance in his match? Because when you look at the training videos, he was moving so much better, and it was almost like the leg wasn't bothering him then. Did you see that?
Yeah, absolutely. I saw the exact same thing happen with the Roy Jones Jr. fight. The Roy Jones Jr. fight, there was like maybe 2 or 3 clips that I watched over and over where he was destroying a heavy bag, and then one with his training partner when he was hitting the pads and he moved and it was like everyone was like, "Oh my God, Roy Jones is going to get flatlined here." It's completely different in a fight, though. You can look tremendous when your opponent, or so your training partner, is allowing you to throw those heavy combinations in the same positions, and you've practiced it over and over and over, and the time that you recorded, you've done that movement so many times that it's completely automatic, and you can give it 100% effort and energy, and you know exactly where that pad is going to be and how to hit it with full force. But when you're in a fight and that opponent isn't there to be hit, you start the first punch, they've gone, or you get hit as you go to throw the first one. It's like it's completely separate. So training videos, you can look phenomenal. In a fight, it's going to be a completely different story.
Yeah, Sylvester Stallone says Mike Tyson bought a house for his cats. What's so funny, bro, because I'm like thinking in my head, I'm like, is this real, bro? And like, just that I got to ask that, that's how crazy that dude was back in the day. And I'm not like second guessing that. He definitely probably did buy, maybe his neighbor's house in the Hamptons. Like, fuck it, I want to put my cats in there.
It wouldn't surprise me. I'd love, maybe I should fact check that. But it's so ridiculous that he might have actually done it.
I mean, bro, I just remember him in the Tigers. He's like, I was wanted tiger, yo. He goes and buys like a whole bunch of tigers, and that dude was crazy. He had to go and change his whole house. He had to like set it up to have like all these jungle animals in there. That dude was not. Man, I wish I would have hung out with him back then, bro. Holy shit. Damn, bro, that must have been.
You two would have gotten up to.
And that was before like anybody was making that money, bro. That dude was like, he was like making that Mayweather money before it even started. Like nobody even knew like you could make that kind of money in boxing and all that. It was just crazy. And seeing him and Don King, and Don King was just running game on him, bro. You know what I mean? He was like robbing him blind, and then I think Don King had his whole family working under. So Don King was his promoter, and then he had all his wife, and he had like his cousins all under Tyson's payroll doing something. You know what I mean? So they were just like grabbing at anything they could. And I mean, Tyson was so retarded, he would just do anything. It didn't really matter, bro.
No, that's right. I think it all went into Don King's hair product.
What's up with Don King? Is he even alive? Like, is Don King still around?
Oh, he should have been at that fight. That would have been good.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if he's still alive. Actually, I'm going to look that up right now.
Yeah, look that up, man. I haven't heard about him for a long time. I mean, that dude was a shady dude, bro. He was involved in like everything, bro. Yeah, he was around organized crime and everything. He used to be involved with them doing all kinds of shit too.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that's frustrating, and that's why you're seeing so many calls of the fight was fixed or whatever, because boxing has that terrible, terrible reputation for having fights that were fixed and people taking a dive. And I think Don King was one of the men responsible for that. So yeah, maybe his legacy is not. He definitely was out for himself and not for the sport of boxing. That's for sure. But he is still alive, it seems.
Oh wow, what's his net worth these days? You gotta look that up, man.
Yeah. Where is Don King today? What is his net worth? This is what I'm reading right now. Just looking for the figure here.
I know Mike Tyson was 10 million before this fight. They had a guess of him at. Nobody really knows, but that was what the rumors were. And then, they think that he got paid 20 million on this fight. So, he's probably sitting on 20, 30 million now.
Yeah, he's aged 90, and he says King lives in Florida and has a staggering net worth of $150 million.
He's got all Mike Tyson's old money. He just transferred it over to him.
He's 90. There's a great photo here. I'll bring it up. But he's still got the hair going.
Oh my God, I love it, bro. Hell yeah. He's in the old age home rocking that crazy hair and shit.
He does. That was his oh, whoops. Sorry. That was the wrong button. Don King, there we go. Share that one. If you can see that photo there.
Oh shit. Yeah, wow. He never aged. He looks the same. Holy shit. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Wow, good for him, man.
At 90 years old to still have a full. I don't know if it's real, but it'd be hard.
Bro, when you got 150 million, anything's real, bro. He can fucking do anything. Probably taking all kinds of stem cells and all kinds of crazy shit, man. Fuck. I heard Mike, man, was all on the stem cells. I think that's how he healed up his back, and I think he was getting a lot of treatments and all. What I heard.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, why not? If you've got the money for it, it seems to be one of the best healing treatments that are out there. And, sometimes I've heard people say that they didn't get much out of it, but other people have said it fixed stuff that they were going to have to require surgery for, shoulders that were torn to pieces have re-healed themselves, and people's knees have come back completely. And even for anti-aging purposes, you're hearing all these amazing stories, people that were sort of stuck sitting around all day, and now they're full of energy. And so it seems to be not a miracle cure, because it doesn't seem to work for everyone, but it's definitely something that does seem to benefit people tremendously.
Yeah, so my mom, she had an amazing experience. I mean, I seen all the arm wrestlers, all my good friends, they had so many, injuries, guys in their 50s, 60s. And, I seen Vitacell come in and help them. And over time, everybody I've seen, it's all been good stuff happening. They felt it, they seen the progression. But the closest one would be my mom. And when I first got into it, I kept telling her about it. And she has some knee issues, and she was eventually going to plan on doing a knee replacement. She figured that was, inevitable. So, I got her doing the exosomes, and she did, I think it was like 4 shots in her knee. I think it was over probably 3-4 months time. And she went back to the doctor, and he looked at her knee, and he was just like, what the hell? Like, it's looking so much better and all that. So he's like, what are you doing? She's like, my son. She's like, he got me all into the exosomes, and he's like, holy shit, like, you don't need a knee replacement. Like, you're good now. And wow. I just remember her hitting me up, going nuts. She was so happy. She's like, we just shocked the doctor. She's like, that shit for real. She's like, I can't believe that it did that. So, I know for a fact it saved my mom having a knee replacement. And that was pretty amazing to hear that. And, like I said, I've seen so many other people doing it, but, you start getting skeptical in your head, because, a lot of these athletes that I was around, they got sponsored by Vitacell. So they were getting these treatments for free. So, anything you get for free, you're kind of like, I don't know. They could be just saying they're getting better and all that. But I've never heard anybody complaining and saying it didn't help out, and I mean, it's showing, like, guys like Devin at the age that he is doing what he's doing, Jerry, John Berzink, I mean, it seemed to help all of them. And just watching my mom, she ain't no athlete or anything, and it saved her a knee replacement. So, like, that shit is definitely works, and it was pretty cool. Alexander Clark, $5 super chat. I'm sorry to cut you off, brother, but I got to talk this one up. It's my personal opinion is Mike took a dive for a payday. Don't blame him, but I watched probably a dozen times where Mike could have landed a haymaker. Yeah, Alexander, I was saying that earlier to Matt, and that night, that was not in my head at all as I was watching the match. I was just like, there's something wrong with his legs. He's not moving like he used to. It looked like the old Mike with the same movements, but in slow motion. and I just was like, Jake Paul is not even close to getting hit. He's getting away from him. So, that night I was not thinking that. Now watching YouTube, I've been, I was on a flight the other day. So 6 hours on a flight, you're going through YouTube watching everything. And I seen 4 or 5 videos where I could not explain why he didn't punch him. Like, he went to punch him. It was like his natural instincts, do his move, bob and weave, and then go and throw that haymaker. And then he would pull it back. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Like, why would he have pulled it back? It was like against his natural movements and all to do that. So it started like, it kind of got in my head, and I'm like, holy shit, it might have been like that. He might have been afraid that to knock Jake out on accident and put at jeopardy him making that 20 million. So, I encourage you guys, go on YouTube, man. There's tons of videos out there. Just go and type it in, and maybe it might change your mind a little and all. And I don't know, man. It could go either way. I wouldn't put it past them. I know it's big time illegal. They could get in a lot of trouble for it, but at the same time, you don't know if Jake Paul has Mike signing, an NDA, and if he ever says anything, there might be something in there like he gets sued for $100 million. You know what I mean? And it's like a lot of these fighters that went against Jake Paul, you don't know if that was going on, because I know in a couple of his fights, he would do some weird things with his glove, and then next he knocks the guy out. It was almost like he was signaling to the guy, like, here it is, I'm about to knock you out, go with it. You know what I mean? And so could be, man, but
there's a lot of speculation out there. I think that with the people that are analyzing, the small moments where he didn't throw a punch should also look at the moments he did throw punches, because he did throw heavy knockout punches at Jake Paul throughout that fight, and he landed 18 punches. So there's moments, sure, where he didn't throw where he possibly could have, but I'm sure there's a whole ton of moments where he threw with everything he had and missed. And it's like, why would he have not? It's like, you can't say, oh, he was holding back. And then it's like, okay, well, here's 50 examples of him swinging for the fences at Jake's head.
Yeah, but I never seen any punch that was like reminded me of the old day where he was trying to knock his head out. Maybe in round 1, but I didn't see anything like that. It just looked like a slow motion. It looked like somebody that hurt their right leg, you know what I mean, and couldn't put all their weight on it and move in the proper way. But I'm telling you, bro, when you see, I just know Mike Tyson's fighting style, and I always knew it was always just this, and then when they miss him, he comes to knock him out. That exact movement, they showed that clip, bro. And I just know he doesn't even have to think to do that. And he went and he was like, oh shit. And he pulled it back. And you're like, yo, that was the biggest one for me, because I know that movement from Tyson. He's did it since he was 16 years old, and he would just demolish people. It was almost like, fuck. And you could see Jake, when he missed him, Jake went like this because he was expecting that fucking haymaker to come, and then Tyson pulled it back. And that one is the one that's got me like, yo, bro, I didn't see that night, man. And I'm like kind of second guessing it now. So yeah, I'm not really sure.
If you see around round 4, I think it was round 4 or round 5, Tyson landed a very big left hook to Jake's head. That was probably his best shot of the match of the night, and that potentially, if Jake hadn't been rolling with that, could have been a knockout punch right there. So, but there's a good comment here from Sylvester Stallone that says it was a sciatic injury, and I don't think he could close the distance and pulled the punches because of the injury. So you never know.
Yeah, that could very well be too. Drew says, and that left-hand match with Travis Bajan versus Brandon Elsosa was a maybe fix, but maybe just from Travis' side. Don't know. No, it was not, brother. I threw that event. I was there. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened that day, bro. So Travis, I kept telling Travis that to get a match beforehand, and let's get somebody good and all that. And Travis was just sleeping on this event. He was not pushing, and that was the Lachlan versus Todd Zilla. Well, right before that, I forgot what it was. Somebody backed out or something, and we needed another match. Travis is like, I'll take the match, bro. And he was like, let's get Brandon Elsosa, because that was when Brandon was going around kicking everybody's ass. Well, Travis was supposed to be training before then. And I kept bothering Travis all the time, like, bro, you fucking training, you training. And he would just kind of like give me bullshit. And what Travis always told me was, you'll know when I'm training, when I'm on that side pressure machine all the time. And he'd always be on that. Well, he was not this whole lead up. Anytime I'd be on the phone with him or doing an interview, he was not on that. And that was a big like red flag to me, because he's always told me before that when he dials in, you'll see that side pressure machine go in his living room. And I kept saying, yo, is the side pressure machine in the living room? And he's like, no, it's still at the gym. Now that was a bad sign to me. So I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, all right, Travis is sneakily training. He's getting ready. He's going to surprise me that day and everything. Well, I get to his house. It was like 2-3 days before the match. And I don't see the side pressure machine in his living room. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck? So I go up to Casey, that's his wife, and I said, yo, Casey, I said, what's going on? Has he been training? And she gave me this look like, Paulie, I've been telling him, I don't know what the fuck he's thinking. And that's when my heart just dropped. I'm like, yo, bro, what the fuck? So I just remember started messing with him, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing? You're not trained up for this shit? And he's like, bro, I got this, and it's Brandon El Cesar. I could beat this dude in my sleep. Like, it was just like, he was just so confident and everything. Well, should not have did that, bro. He was completely on train there, bro. And I remember after that, when he lost, bro, he was in such a funk, and my ass was just so mad at him that he didn't train it up. I just kept saying shit. Well, he fucking lost it in the kitchen on me. He was like, bro, all right, I got it, bro. Like, fucking leave me the fuck alone. And he said it to my boy, like, yo, dude, talk to him. Why is he like on my shit? I just lost the match. Can you like talk to your boy? And I was like relentless. This was before like I really competed or anything. So I didn't know what it was like when you lose a super match. And that's like the worst thing you could do to somebody after they just lost, is keep harping on this and bringing this shit up. And I kept doing it. And I seen, bro, it messed with him that night, bro. He was like really upset in the kitchen that night. We were having like a dinner and everything. So I'm going to tell you this, Drew, 100% not set up. He was in shock that night. And if you look at him, bro, he's so out of shape right there. And you got to mind, we had to set up this whole event and everything. And he was the first, like, pretty much match up there. I think there was like maybe 1 or 2 matches before him. So he's running around like a lunatic. And now he's got to have this match. And he thought he was going to blow right through Brandon, because, you know, he just felt like it was a guy that was a lot less weight than him. And, you know, he's so much better than him. But you could see right here, he had the power to get him like within an inch, but he didn't have the finishing power. And after that first round or two, he shot his load in there, and he turned like purple there. You know, he had nothing left. He couldn't breathe and all. So I'm telling you, 100% no way is set up. That was such a fucking shock to him. And he tried playing it off like, oh, whatever, but it bothered him big time, bro. And I just remember when he lost it on me in that kitchen, I kind of felt bad after that. I kind of went silent for like a half an hour, and I'm like, fuck, dude, what a douchebag I am. You know, I just wouldn't shut up that night because I was just so mad at him. I'm like, this is your big comeback, and you just lost to Brandon. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Like, come on, man, take this shit seriously, bro. You didn't even have your side pressure machine in your living room. I was so mad, you know what I mean? So no, they 100%. He tried his best on that, you know, and I think that was like a real wake up call, and people were giving him shit for the next like year. And you know, every time he would say anything or talk shit to me, I'd be like, yo, bro, you better watch your mouth. I'm gonna call Brandon and get him over here right now. So you know, we definitely made him feel, you know, feel that loss for a long time, man. So
oh, you love that side pressure machine. I can tell the passion every time you talk about it. You're like, that side pressure machine. Like, you know,
I mean, that was everything with him, bro. He always told me that. And like when he would really be training, we'd be on the phone on like FaceTime. Bro, this dude would sit there holding this thing for like a half an hour as you're talking to him. And I always wondered, I'm like, yo, is it like real hard, or is he doing like real lightweight? And then when I went out there, and he goes and he does it, and he makes it look so easy. Well, I get on this fucking thing, bro. I can't even get this thing to center. And I'm looking and I'm like, Bro, this dude would sit on the phone with me for a half an hour talking, holding this thing like nothing. I go to do, I'm putting my whole weight and frame behind this, trying to get it to where it is. I'm turning like colors, and this dude just gets on there. He's just like, whack, whack. So then I realized, I'm like, dude, this dude is a fucking beast, bro. Like, no joke and all. But, he always swore by that. And I know Travis, he does 5 exercises. 1 a day. He'll do that 1 exercise for 8 hours a day. And then he does the next exercise for the next day. And that's all he'll do. It's never high intensity, but he'll do it 8 hours long. So, you know what I mean? Seeing that he didn't train at all, seeing that he was out of shape, and it was Casey, bro. The wives always tell the truth on them. I would always go to Jerry's wife, or I would go to Travis's wife and be like, did he really give 100%? And you always get the truth out of them. You could just tell from their face. They know. And she just gave me this look like, I don't know what he's doing, Paulie. And I was like, oh my God, he didn't train for this. What the fuck? And this is when Brandon was just going around the country and destroying everybody. People that they didn't think he had any biz being in a match. Brandon was smashing everybody. And I knew this. And I'm like, dude, you should not be sleeping on this dude right now, bro. This is like Brandon's like dream match. He's coming in there stronger than ever, and you haven't did 1 rep for anything. You know what I mean? So yeah, no, 100% no setting up on that. That was definitely not a setup. But there was a setup back in the day with when he pulled John Brzenk, when I think it was at I think they were in Moldova. I think they did. And I think Scott Wynn was the referee. And there was definitely, that was a setup back then. Everybody knew about that. And, I think a lot of people were pissed off. And I think they were saying they were like pulling for like 10K or some shit. And I believe, Travis got the win that day, but I think John let him get the win. I think they were there with the government or some shit. And it was kind of more of like an entertainment match. But, I think the government Moldova put up a lot of money, and I think he let John, get a big chunk of that. And, he was trying to get John to just like kind of let him do it. You know what I mean? So that I know of. And I know a lot of people were really pissed. I know Scott Wynn that day was really, really mad over that whole situation and all that. But, yeah,
that's what I was talking about before. When money gets involved, people start doing weird stuff. And at this point in time, I can't think of any really big examples of any match that was very obviously fixed. But I think one of the main reasons is that lack of money that's involved there, especially with if you have a contracted amount and you're going to get that regardless, or maybe you've got a win bonus or something like that, you're trying to win that match. But when they just have a prize that's there for the taking, that's where people start doing shady stuff, and having agreements. And like I watch a lot of Street Fighter streams, and they had a real issue with tournaments where the guys would get to the final and they would have agreed backstage, which is just mess around because we'll split the prize money. We'll just split the prize money of it between us. Maybe it's $1,000 prize money. You take 500, I'll take 500, and we'll just go out there and goof around. And they were doing that. They were just picking characters that they weren't, they never play this character, or they're just being stupid on stream. And it was such an insult to the audience who, this is the grand final. This is like the 2 best players. Everyone's been waiting for this moment all day to see these 2 guys go at it. They're supposed to be the best players, and they're messing around on stage. And it got to the point where one of the promoters just walked up and just pulled the plug out of the wall and said, "No, I'm not doing this. Like, you guys are not playing. I'm not paying either of you. You're both disqualified. Like, how dare you do this to me? It's like, how dare you insult everyone that's come here to watch you?"
I think it also gets dangerous when you got big money going on in the background, man. When you got, I don't know how true that was, but the only reason I believe in it is because it's going on in Dubai. And, when you got that oil money and you see a lot of these like guys from Dubai were there, and you could tell they're not really into arm wrestling. They just like gambling dudes, you know what I mean? And so like when you hear there's like 10 million going on a match right there, then you get into like kind of some shady areas, man, because, arm wrestlers, they're not really well off, man. Most of them are got full-time jobs, and, arm wrestling's kind of like a hobby to them right now, just because there's not enough money to make it a lifestyle. And also when somebody's betting 10 million on a match, what's to say that that guy that's got 10 million on a match ain't gonna go to one of the army? Hey, listen, bro, I'll throw you 100K right now. Fucking, I need you to lose this, but make it look good. 100K to a fucking arm wrestler. I mean, 99% was like, fuck that. I'm losing today, bro. You know, so that's when it was like, yo, well, if that is true, man, you know, there is that possibility of something like that going on. And I think the more it grows and, you know, there's more money getting involved, you know, that's more of a possibility. It's a lot easier to throw a arm wrestling match than an actual fight. You know what I mean? Because you really can't tell, you know, how much they're going. They didn't want it. Didn't like Vitali and somebody do that? Weren't they like acting like? I think was it Vitali and Morzoff, or there was somebody else. I can't remember, but it was probably like a year and a half, 2 years ago, and everybody was complaining about like it was so fake. You know, they were making all these like big moves, like raw, and acting like they were going 100%, and you just seen it. It kind of looked like an act. It didn't like really look real, and then that shit went viral. Everybody was like, is this stage match and all that? I kind of remember something like that. Anybody in the chat remember that? I think it was Vitali and somebody else. You know, I'm talking probably like a year and a half, 2 years ago.
I think I know which one it is. I'm just going to bring it up for you. I'll just give you 1 second. I'll just load it up. Let's get to the bit where it is. And I'll load that screen. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it here. I think that may be an example, just a little bit.
Richard said Alex Kadekcha versus David is fixed. Was that the slap fighter you're talking about, Richard? Because I remember that kind of looked like, you know, I mean, there's no way that dude would have had a shot against Alex. I think that was more like kind of publicity kind of shit. But nobody in the chat remembers. Didn't Vitali do something? Like, wasn't there something? Because I kind of remember everybody was like so offended by it, and everybody was talking about it. I can't remember who it was. It was a long time ago though, and I think that kind of like showed everybody like, oh man, he can't do that again. Like they were all like kind of shitting on them over that one. It was just, it was so obvious looking on it.
Yeah, this one here as well, which is obviously a promotional thing that Devin and it says Adam Scherr. I can't remember the name of the wrestler.
Oh, that was fake. I was there. Yeah. I was part of this one. They set that whole thing up. Yeah, they did that like 5 minutes before they pulled each other aside. I got a picture with them right before that, and you know, they were setting it all up, and they had us. I was standing like right behind it, and I was one of the guys with me and Cobra were trying to hold back Devin, you know, from the fight. But
really?
Yeah, you'll see me in the cowboy hat real soon coming in there. And,
okay.
Yeah, there I am. See, I'm back here, but you're gonna see I'm gonna be right behind it when it actually goes down. Right now, they were talking. They did like a whole pre-up, getting everybody interested because they were trying to get everybody over to the arm wrestling stage.
Yes,
and they were trying to just get something going. And then you know, this shit. Watch, you'll see. I'm one of the guys that held it.
Oh, nice. Yeah, because he loses the first round with a slip or something, and then Devin's saying to the referee, like, no, like that's a legit slip. Like, you shouldn't have called that. Like, we're playing around, dude. He's given the win.
That was the weekend. Remember when I told you with the 1 o'clock in the morning, Travis drank the bottle of crazy whiskey, and then him and Devin started going at it, and the lady came screaming at us. They had all these crocodiles and everything. They're like, you're scaring all the animals, and we ended up bringing the table out front on the grass and everything, and that was that weekend. That was a shit show. It was so much fun and all that. But
I can see you behind Devin there.
But wait, no, I get right behind him when it actually when the shit got crazy, and I was one of the dudes holding him back. Watch, I think I start moving up on it now. Like I start getting into this corner. Yeah, and this was all set up, and I remember that. But this video went everywhere. Everybody was sending me the video. I'm like, guys, you don't see me behind it, and they'd be like, holy shit, you were right there. Like, I didn't realize that. It's got like hundreds of millions of views, like everywhere. This video was going around for years.
Yes. Yep. What's the wrestler's name? I can't remember his name.
Oh my god. Oh man, I I can't remember right. Braun.
Oh,
Braun.
Braun Strowman or something.
Yeah, see, there I am.
Oh,
Right
there you go. Yeah, grabbing hold of Devin.
yeah. But Braun was really cool guy, man. He was like, I really liked him. We all got along really good that day. And yeah,
Devin's
see,
trying to climb over the table.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
but
But
you didn't even lose the hat. That's
yeah, I
impressive.
know, right? I know. But yeah, no, they were setting this up right before. They were trying to figure out, I think Travis was they were just trying to figure out who was going to get the crowd over. And now Travis went over to another stage, and I think he challenged everybody there. I think he was like, yo, I'll put up 5K or some crazy thing if you could beat me. And then I think the promoter got mad. They were like, yo, bro, you can't be doing shit like that. And it got so much attention. And I think it gave them an idea then. They're like, yo, we got to do this on the arm wrestling table. Let's get one of the big wrestlers over there and set this whole thing up. And then, right before they went on, they were kind of talking what they were going to do and everything. And that's when I heard the whole thing. And I'm like, yo, let me get a picture with you guys. And I remember taking a picture with them, and I looked so fucking tiny, bro. I was like up to their waist on both of these two fucking monsters and everything. And then I heard what they were planning. So I'm like, yo, I got to get up there. So I just went right up on the stage, and I was like, I'm going to get in the middle of this whole shit. And that's when that whole thing went down. That was, oh my God, what a fun weekend though, guys. That was like great. Yeah, so it was Dmitry Silev versus Vitali is what I was talking about. Can you see if you could click that on there? See if we got that somewhere.
I've got here. Which one is it? Is it 2 years ago or 1 year ago?
I think 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. And I mean, everybody was just like so mad because they made it so fucking obvious. It was like, damn, guys, like at least make it look good.
So this one is a potential fake fight, a fake match.
Yeah, let's see if this is it.
All right. Let's have a look. Yeah.
That one looked real. Yeah, that kind of looked real. Because I remember they were like yelling and making like a whole big scene. It was like WWE, and you're like, these guys didn't do it really good. Like their acting skills weren't on.
All right. So we skip forward to the actual pool. Where are they? Jeez, right near the end. All right. I hate it when they put a clip up and there's like, it's 3 minutes long and there's 10 seconds of arm wrestling.
Yeah, right.
That hit.
Yeah, no, that looks real. That one looks real. I don't think that was it. Cause I remember when we seen it, it was like, yo, what the fuck, dude?
Must be.
I think it was I thought it was a different stage. I don't think it was the AMC. I think it was like a different stage. That one, it might be. I think that was it. It looked like that big, yeah. Because it was like on a big. I remember like the big screen behind it and all.
Oh, okay. Oh. Two guys are going to slip like that. So why don't you agree to go to the strap?
Yeah.
All right, let's get to it. All right about there, I think. It's the advantage of YouTube. You can just skip ahead.
Yeah.
Here we go. It looks pretty real so far.
Yeah, but I remember it was pretty obvious when you see they were both like screaming and putting a show on. Like,
put the sound on.
Live is doing his best to force his opponent's arm down. Но угол семикратного чемпиона мира Виталия Лалитина не так уж просто растянуть.
You know what it was? It was for the match of the night. This might be because it was. Remember, you get paid an extra bonus for the match of the night. So I think they were trying. That's what it was. They were trying to make it look crazier than it was. And that was like the whole controversy behind it because you got like an extra bonus. There was like an extra like 5K or something for like the match of the night. And I think that's what they were trying to do.
I see.
Yeah. So it's like they pretty much knew, who was going to be the winner. And then they just added the extra like drama on there to make it look like crazier so they'd win the match of the night.
They're doing a reasonable job. I mean, this isn't that obvious so far.
I just remember it was like it set off the community, bro. Like everybody was like talking about that. That was like I remember that was like the main topic for that week, and everybody was like so offended by it. And then it was like the joke, like, you know, everybody's like turning into WWE and all that shit.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want, is that the thing that you may be watching could potentially have a scripted outcome, and that's the last. That would be the death of arm wrestling.
Yeah. Yeah. Drew says, oh, so if you put on a good show, you get bonus money. Hey, that's motivation. And then he says, this does look staged. I would say that colluded a little, laughing out loud. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I remember the reaction of the whole community, bro. It just went like viral everywhere, and you know, everybody was like so offended over it, and you know, I was like, oh wow, this is not good, and it showed the arm wrestlers never to do something like that again, because they're not going to live it down, and people were going to give them a lot of shit. So, you know, I think it kind of worked against them doing that and all.
Oh, absolutely. Well, that's the thing, is it's integrity, and if that's what has really harmed boxing more than anything, is the people looking at it and going, and you hear it even before the fights happen. They're like, oh yeah, well, he's obviously going to win because he's just going to pay him off. Like his production company's running it, so you know there's no way they're going to let him lose. And it's like, that's not the sort of talk you want to be hearing. You want to be hearing about the match, because it should be a legitimate match. I know the UFC has worked very, very hard to control all of those aspects of collusion, and the advantage is that the fighters are under contract with the UFC. The UFC is the one paying them, and there's probably been examples. There's a lot of examples where the UFC would have liked a certain outcome to happen, but they didn't influence it, and they would have maybe set up a match where it's like, okay, we want this guy to lose. We'll put him against this other dude who's phenomenal, and then the guy who's supposed to lose ends up winning the fight, and then you can see Dana White coming out all pissed off. Like, damn it! But they did have an incident, and I think it was either Korea or Japan or somewhere like that. Some of the undercard, there were two undercard fighters, and one of them had been approached by the mafia, or he was under. Like somebody had was forcing him into a position where he was going to have to take a dive, and I think he told the police, and then the police got involved with that whole incident, and the UFC just scrapped the match completely and actually banned both fighters. I don't know why they banned the other guy, but they were like, we're not having any part of this. This is not going to be something that ever we want to be synonymous with the UFC. We want all of our fights, people to watch it, to know that it was a real fight. You don't want to watch a fight like this. Is exactly what's happened with this Jake Paul and Mike Tyson thing. Now people are going, oh, it wasn't a real fight. It's like, you don't want that. You want to go, okay, these guys fought each other and this was the outcome, and it was, it was fun, it was interesting, it was exciting, it was entertaining, but that was the legitimate outcome. And then, for days after, you're seeing people analyzing this and this and going, oh, this proves this wasn't a real fight. It's like, this should not be the attitude of people watching a match. Like, I would never think with arm wrestling to go back and analyze, to be like, oh, did he really try there? It's like, that he's trying. Like, every match that I watched, I would take as legitimate.
But you got to see a lot of the past fights. When you go look at the clips with Jake Paul, they do find things that you're like, oh wow, bro, and it makes you think, because I'm telling you, almost every single one that Jake knocked somebody out, there was like a sign he did before. He would either turn his glove up like this, like supinate it, and then next punch, it was the knockout punch. And it was almost like a signal to the guy, like, all right, this is it. I'm throwing it. And, next thing, that guy would just let him unload on him and get knocked out. And one of them was that Tyrone Woodley. I believe that, like, he supinated the glove, Jake Paul, and then the next one he knocked him out. And everybody's like, look, what the fuck was he doing? Why would he have turned his glove over like that? Like, it was like really weird. But I think from that going around and people like really analyzing it like that, I'm sure, they came up with something else where, they knew it was the time, you know what I mean? And not to do that signaling. And then as far as like with boxing and all, you got to remember, man, the mob ran that shit, bro. Like, they were the ones that were controlled boxing in the background. You wouldn't actually know that, but I mean, any of the street people, they all knew, like, behind the scenes in that, Italians ran the whole boxing thing back in the day. That's why Don King and all that, he was connected with them. And, you know, I heard a lot of stories. I know people that were involved with that world, and, you know, they said what was going on. And when they're doing all the sports betting and all that, I mean, you don't see that, but on the streets, I mean, there's close to probably $1 billion getting bet on these big matches. And, you know, a lot of very powerful people are, you know, giving the call like, yo, this has to go down this round or whatever. So I truly believe in the boxing that it happened a lot more back in the day. I believe they definitely had their hooks in on that shit. And I mean, I know for a fact they were 100%.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Drew put up a video. See if you could put that up.
Yep.
That was the Alex Kadecha match, and
I've got it here.
that was at a global elite arm wrestling in Canada. And so the guy Dave is he's like the champion of slap fighting. And, you know, I mean, we know that he's not an arm wrestler. We know that Alex Kadecha is an absolute animal. And, you know, he's shaking and, you know, he's turning red. And we know that Alex, you know, that other guy right there could hold with both hands and Alex could just dive him down. You know what I mean? So, like, you know, but I get it, man. On this, you know, nobody took this match seriously. I think Alex was supposed to pull somebody else, and I think this guy filled in at the end. And I know, you know, they were trying to figure out new ways to get new eyes on the sport. And we all know that, like, the slap fighters are getting so much following and all that shit. So, you know, I think this was more of like to get those slap fighters into it and be like, oh, look at you guys. You guys could come in here and be pretty good. I mean, look at this. Like, Alex is like shaking and all that shit. Like,
he's trying not to win. There was several times there he actually went too far, and he's like, "Oh, hang on, let me come back to the middle for you."
I mean, I feel like I could have went up against that slap fighter dude and pinned him if I wanted, man. I think that, you know, he's that new, bro.
Again. That was hilarious. So right there, he's come. Where is it?
He's like, let me go in the middle again. Yeah,
back to the middle. That's fantastic. Let's get the next one.
But I know a lot of people didn't like that. You know, a lot of people were offended. Look at this. Alex is putting this show on right now. Look at he's bright red, dude.
Oh, no. Oh, and he got beaten. Jesus, Alex.
It's like when you're at the gym, bro, and, you know, like a couple of hot girls come up next to you, and, you know, you want to make it look like even crazier. So you start with the grunting and you turn bright red and you're making it look harder than it is. And all that's what I feel like is going on right there.
Yeah, she's looking. Well, they've got the girl in the bikini with the rounds. I'm sure that would have got some extra attention to get people over.
I like that part. That's a good, bro. How about that? Let's talk about the real star tonight. That fucking chick on the ring girl at the Tyson Paul fight. That girl went viral, bro. Everybody's talking. I can't remember her name. I saw it right before this, but the blonde head with the big fake boobs, and she had them all oiled up and everything. I can't believe how many people were talking about that. That girl is like the new big sensation for sure, bro.
Yeah, you would hope that she has an OnlyFans.
I'm sure. I think her whole life has changed. Like, it went viral. Like, everybody's talking about her, and now her name's going around everywhere, and she's gonna get a lot of opportunities for, I'd say, a lot of money coming up forward for sure.
It's so funny that they've done this. They must have had, because they've got a different ring girl for each round here, and they must have been like, "Now you guys have to do at least 5 rounds." Like, we just we paid these girls. We want them. That's our big selling point, is having a girl walk around the table in a bikini.
There you go. John Boy says, this is making me think every match at East vs. West 14 was fake, to be honest.
There you
go.
Oh,
you got it
convincingly, Alex.
He goes, Sylvester says, slap guy isn't sweating.
Alex is dope.
Hell yeah. And Sylvester says only tans. Yeah, she had a nice tan on as well that night for sure.
I didn't notice her through the stream. I was doing the commentary. I'll have to look it up now because you
Oh,
got
look
me
it up
intrigued.
right now, bro. You got to put her on the screen for everybody else that
All
hasn't
right,
seen this,
let's have a
man.
look.
I mean, her name is like everywhere now, bro. Like I've seen so many, and then even like when she was standing next to those girls after the fight before, and they had the big gash on her, but it was like kind of zoomed in on her boobs because they were like she was a lot taller than the other girl, and everybody was just acting like they're looking at the wound, but they were all talking about the blonde with the fake boobs.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Ringo. I'll see if I can find it in the background.
Yeah, it was right before I came on here. I seen it, and it was actually gave her full name and everything. And they were talking about how she was the big winner of the night, like because everybody
Nice.
was talking about her for sure.
Yeah, there's an interview with her here. It says the Paul versus Tyson ring girls, they speak out after their viral performances. So they've obviously got a lot of attention since then, which is great for them.
Oh yeah, bro. Her social media, everything is just like blown up. I mean, I think she got like a couple million followers from that night, and it was mainly the blonde that they were all talking about. I see that picture like everywhere now.
Is that this girl?
No, it was the blonde one.
Okay.
And
I've got her, and then I've got her.
she had like maybe that's her before the blonde hair, but she definitely the blonde was the one of the night. Yeah.
I'll find it. Don't worry.
And I'm telling you, bro, like as soon as I seen her come on, I'm like, damn, bro, they really oiled her boobs up. Like her boobs were like sticking out like crazy. You could tell they were fake because they were so high up on her chest. But they oiled the top of them. And then the other girl that was with her was like a lot shorter than her, like the other ring girl. So like she really stood out because she was so much taller than everybody.
Sydney Thomas, her name is apparently.
That's it. Yeah.
Sydney Thomas. Let's have a look. Let's see what we can find for her.
Yeah. I just thought it was so funny that they they oiled them up for them. I'm like, shit, bro, that is straight up right there. It's like, let's get the baby oil, let's get the Diddy oil and put that shit on.
Yeah, why not? Well, it obviously had an effect.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Hang on, where are we here? Search images. Sydney Thomas. There we go. Is that her?
Yes. Now, yeah, go zoom in on one of those. The top left. That was like the picture, like everywhere. Yeah. That one.
Very nice. Yes, I can see what you mean.
Yeah, they were oiled up and ready to go.
It's the big selling point.
Oh my god. For real. And she never stopped smiling. She was like a statue. Like they just had her on the whole time with a big smile, and you could see the camera guy knew exactly what he was doing. Like they were setting that shit up like perfect, man. Like when he was zoomed in on the girl that had the big gash, nobody even like was looking at the girl with the big gash. They were just that's the picture right there. They were just zoomed in on her boobs. Like, okay. And they were all saying like slick things like, oh, look at the big slit. That's awesome. The winner of the night, man. She's gonna be extremely rich after that one, man. If she didn't have an OnlyFans that night, she does today.
Oh yeah. There we go. Yeah, that's better image. Let me bring that one on. There we go.
So
yeah, she looks very pretty.
What do you think of what's next, man, for Jake Paul now? Is like, because they're all talking like, where does he go from this? Like, because I think people are starting to get a little mad with the going after all the older guys and all that shit. So like, what goes next? Like, who is next? And I think Canelo, it keeps coming at him and saying he wants that. And, but Canelo was saying like, you got to come down and wait. And Jake Paul was like, I'll take that match, but there's going to be no weight cap on it. It'll be like the old UFC days. Let's fight just, where we're at. Now, do you think that he has a chance against a Canelo if he comes in that big? Like, he's going to be like 220. And what's Canelo, like 170s or something?
Yeah. I don't think that Canelo is a matchup that he wants to take there. I think Canelo is way too much of a high level boxer that is a world champion, and I think Jake Paul is probably going to be continuing the same route that he has been following, which is to make as much money from every fight that he possibly has and go against the biggest names that he can, but in a match that sort of makes sense in a a small way. I think Canelo would just wreck him. I don't think that's a match he wants to take. I don't think that he's looking to go out there and just get knocked out. He's looked good in the matches that he's had, but he's had fights with, former UFC fighters and guys that have striking skill sets, but they're not elite boxers. Canelo is, one of those guys at this point in time who's still, he's not a 58-year-old Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson, obviously the greatest heavyweight knockout artist of all time, but 58 years old, possible injury going into the fight, and was one of those guys that if you were able to maintain distance control, you could potentially stay safe, which is exactly what he did. But yeah, going against somebody like Canelo, I think I don't think Canelo is going to be one of those guys either that would be like, oh yeah, let's do an agreement. He's like, no, we're getting in that ring. I'm knocking you out. Like that's what's going to happen.
I don't know. I might have to disagree with you on this, bro. And my example is his brother, bro, Jake's brother against Mayweather.
Oh yes, yeah.
It's the same fight, bro. But
Mayweather is one of those guys that will put on a show, and he does the exhibitions, and
but Canelo wants it, bro. Canelo's the one that's been calling it out. It's Jake kind of really wasn't, pushing it because Canelo wanted him to come down to 170s, and he knows him going down to 170, but he also I think knows if he's at 220 that Canelo ain't gonna hurt him. I think he's too small of a guy, kind of like Mayweather against Jake's brother. It's just too much when you're that bigger, when you're 50 pounds bigger. Even if Jake fucks up and Canelo connects with him, it's not going to knock him out. And you also got to remember they're going to probably do those 14-ounce gloves rather than the 12. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, bro. Like, and just that me and you were having this debate, and you're like, yo, Canelo's too much of a. That could be it, bro. As long as Canelo's cool with him coming in at 220, I don't know, man. Jake's got he's right at that level where he's getting into that pro level. You know what I mean? He's not a good pro, but he's definitely keeps progressing. He's getting better. The more money he gets from this, the more he's probably really dedicated to hitting the gym and just to prove everybody wrong. Everybody's like, yo, you're a YouTuber, and it's got to mess with him a little. So, that could be an interesting match. And I keep saying that. I'm like, yo, that would give him like credibility if he hangs in there with him. And I don't think he's gonna knock out Canelo, but I think he might be able to win on a fucking point system. And if he just lasts that long in a match, I mean, what are people gonna say to that?
Yeah, well, you've got a good point there with the weight and the size difference, which is a significant factor in matches, and that's why they have weight classes for that reason. Whether or not he has the ability to keep Canelo at the end of his punches and be able to use his footwork to stay away from where Canelo can reach him and touch him, similarly to what he did with Tyson. But I don't see Canelo having as much of an issue as what Tyson did. Well, we know that there must be something wrong with Tyson's leg going in. He had that big brace on it, 58 years old. He was standing stock still by the end of the fight, just not moving his feet at all. I don't know if Jake's footwork would be in a position where he could, throughout the entire fight, keep Canelo out and keep him outside. But yeah, the Mayweather and Logan Paul fight was a fun fight. I thought I really enjoyed it. I think that Logan did a tremendous job with his boxing there, and it was fun. It was like it was an exhibition, and that's what an exhibition should be. It's not like, hey, this is a legitimate fight. These two guys are out there trying to kill each other. It's like that, if a knockout happens, it happens. But, it's more so that this is for everyone's entertainment sort of thing. And I think that fight, I was very, very impressed with Logan throughout that. I think he did an awesome job. And Mayweather did a great job of being the man that allowed him, he carried him through and let him have his moments and let him showcase his skill set and didn't just walk in there and try to knock the guy out. But I think Mayweather is definitely one of those guys that, I mean, he's money Mayweather. He knows the game. He knows the promotional side of things. He knows how that if it's a long fight, more people are going to watch, more money he's going to make. And if he walks in there and knocks him out in 30 seconds, it's like, yeah, that's not going to get as much attention as maybe 16, 20 minutes of actual boxing matches where there's a lot of different highlights that are going to be talked about and this and that, and questions about, well, I wonder if Logan could have done this, so, but I don't think Canelo has that mindset. I think he would just be like, I want to fight him because I want to knock him out. And I'm not going to agree to any rules or any, hey, let's take it easy. No. It's a match. I'm stepping in to knock you out. That's what's going to happen.
So who else do you think would be a good one to see, like that you would like to see? Do you want to see him going against another old timer? Do you want to see somebody like where do we put him at that it's an interesting fight that everybody wants to watch?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and I think you'll see more than likely, like if the Canelo one doesn't materialize, it would be because there would be a better contender out there, which would be a bigger name, a bigger in terms of popularity and in terms of salesmanship, in terms of somebody they could make more money off of. So who would be better? I don't think he's going to choose another legend. I think that's probably a route that he's explored that, if he did that again, people would hate him more than they already do. But, it's like, oh, you're beating up on all the old dudes, it's like, so I think that there's no one that's obviously standing out to me at this point in time from the boxing world. It may be another, not a celebrity match, but another match where it's a big name and it just makes sense because it's like, okay, this could be fun. This could be interesting.
What about an MMA guy?
Yeah, maybe potentially. It just depends. Like maybe him. I was going to say McGregor. McGregor's way too small, but
that's the other one. You know what? I think I'm mixing it up. That's it. My bad, bro. Canelo called out Jake Paul. That was at the end, but McGregor was the one because McGregor went and talked shit after that fight, and then Jake Paul went back to him and said, "Yo, bro, if you want to fight me that bad, I'm not coming down to 170. Let us fight like the old UFC days, and I'll take on it." That was the match where McGregor would be 170, and Jake was down to fight him in a boxing.
Yeah.
Actually, I think he even said MMA fight. I think Jake Paul said an MMA fight that he would fight him as long as as long as McGregor was in the 170s and he was able to come in at 220, 230.
Wow. That's yeah. Well, I guess it probably wouldn't be that bad of a fight or bad of a move to make if it was MMA, because Conor is a striker predominantly, and I don't see him going to take Jake Paul down and use ground and pound or try to submit him. I think the whole fight would take place on the feet. And Conor's style, especially over the last couple of years, has really trended towards boxing. He used to use a lot of push kicks and a lot of distance management with his feet, but since he had the fight with Mayweather, every fight he's had since then, he's in a boxing stance and he's relied heavily on that position. And he throws mostly just his hands. So it would probably end up more like a boxing match than anything. And maybe that would be a good novelty to say, oh yeah, Jake Paul is stepping into the MMA world and he's still able to win, or he's still able to be competitive. And it's like, yeah, but he fought boxing against a boxer.
That would be an interesting one, man, to see that in MMA world. And just because there's so much drama between, like Dana hates him, and I think McGregor would be like his shining night to go and be the guy to beat the shit out of Jake Paul, and just everybody knowing how good McGregor is. Yes, there's a good 50-pound weight difference, but I think that would kind of like even everything out if they're gonna do it with some MMA gloves on. And what I mean, I think it would be interesting. Finally get to see somebody like really give it to fucking Jake Paul. That'd be cool. But then what happens if Jake comes in there and just lights this bitch up? And like, I think everybody's mouth would be on the ground and be like, what the fuck? Like,
yeah, absolutely. Well, that fight makes more sense than anything else that I can think of out of the blue. The only question mark is the size difference. But if he says, look, hey, I'm going to be way heavier than you, but I'll fight in your world. I'll go to the cage. But he knows that it's going to be a stand-up fight. Like,
yeah. But that would draw, I think, more money than everything, bro. I think that's the money match right there, bro, because you got the king of kind of like UFC going against like the king of like entertainment going at it, and everybody just wants to finally see somebody really get to this dude and light him up, like, you know what I mean? Like they're waiting on that to happen. So that would be interesting, man, and I think that would draw in so many eyes. Like I think they would probably double what they just did on this last match, which is fucking crazy.
Oh, that would be the biggest match you could possibly make, I think, in the world at this point in time for any combat sport.
Yeah, for real. Captain Obvious says Butterbean has to be next. Yeah, bro, if we're willing to do 8 rounds at 10 seconds a round, yeah, maybe that makes sense, bro. I think Butterbean will have a heart attack walking to the fucking ring, man. He's so out of shit.
Butterbean died a few years back, didn't he?
No, he's still around. He called out. I think he called out Jake after this. He made a video of him hitting the bag and saying that he'll come and train and get ready for him and all that. Yeah, he just put out a video, man.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah, 57 years old. Lost 200 pounds recently. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, he's one of those entertainment guys. But I think I'd much rather see McGregor versus Jake Paul.
Yeah, Butterbean's too out of shape. I mean, even at the end of his career, bro, it was like, just getting in the ring looked like a obstacle for him. He was great in his prime, bro. He just looked like a tub of lard, and then you'd see this dude hit some people, and it was just like knocking him into another century. He looked like that bar dude that you said you talk shit to the wrong dude, and he gets up, and he's like, yeah, let's do this. Boom, knocks you the fuck out. Like that's what Butterbean always reminded me of.
Oh yeah, he was an absolute wrecking machine. The overhand right that he throws, it reminds me of Roy Nelson in the UFC with just the overhands. Just all of his weight behind everything going into that overhand right, and if it connects, no one in the world's gonna be able to stand that.
He reminded me of Tank Abbott. That's how Tank Abbott was in UFC, bro. That was the original, and he would get like, I felt like he was that dude to get off the bar stool and just knock you into another world, bro. That dude was, and if he was gonna lose, he's still gonna throw everything he's got at you and put it all out there, man. Tank Abbott was a fucking animal back then. Yeah, they gave him that look, and that was it. He would just bam, knock out whoever the fuck was in front of us, bro. And we all knew it was coming. And, he was a quiet dude, but he was just one of those. He had so much anger in him, and both his fists were just massive. And my boy would hit them one time. Didn't matter what hand. They'd literally go airborne, like 2-3 feet up. I must have watched him knock out about like 30 dudes, bro. Wow. And this was like my right hand, dude. I would just give him that look. I wouldn't have to say nothing, and he just knew what I wanted. Knock that fucker out right now. And this dude would bong, and the dude would just go airborne. And the dude, like, I watched him go into like Tourette's when they hit the ground, like shaking. And it just, we all knew that was like the joke of all our friends. Oh shit, who did Dustin knock out this week, man? We'd go to a club or something, and like we'd get in there with like the bouncers or something, and I would just give him that look, and next thing that bouncer's on the fucking ground, like, what the fuck just hit me, dude? Like, some people just got that knockout power like that. It's crazy.
Yeah, the dynamite in the fists. It can be a blessing and a curse, because you see it when these guys get involved in fighting and they're wrecking people left and right, but then it becomes like their go-to thing, and they're headhunting, they're looking for that the entire fight, as opposed to somebody who might have a very good game plan, which prevents them from being able to land that punch. And it's like, if that's your go-to move and you're prevented from being able to use it, it gets frustrating for these guys. And it's like, because they've relied so heavily on it, and you can see them even in later rounds, like they still pull it off. It's like, oh, they were looking for that the entire fight. There it is. He's landed it. He's won the fight. Great. But the times you do see him lose is when somebody is able to avoid that power shot and just prevent them from being able to land it. But yeah, it's one of those things that people possess that can really define their fighting style.
Yeah, because I mean, me and my boy that I'm talking about, we used to do like Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and we did kung fu for like 4 or 5 years together. And when we'd be in the class doing You know, we had like an actual fight night and all. We no gloves, no nothing. It was an auto body shop, and you know, we kind of would just bang at each other. It was just no closed fist to the face and all. And you know, when I would fight with my boy, I'd always fucking win. I'd hit him in the kidneys and all because everything was like pretty much body shots and all that. And I would hit them in the kidney. I had this one kung fu punch that would just boom, and they couldn't breathe after that. And I'd beat my boy all the time. But I knew if we got into a real fight, this motherfucker ever did his haymaker shots that were against everything that you're taught. Like you're always taught in kung fu, everything's a straight line coming from your body with your frame behind you. This motherfucker would just come with this outside, and if you got hit by it, I'm telling you, bro, I've never seen anybody stand after this dude would hit him. And it was just so funny because it was so frustrating for him because in kung fu class, I'd put the beating on this dude, bro. He couldn't breathe. He'd be so mad and all. And I kept thinking in my head, damn, bro, I'm in his head right now, but I knew if we were on the street right now and this dude lost his patience, I'd have to hit him with a baseball bat. If you get hit by his fist, bro, holy shit, man, you'd be in another world, dude.
Oh yeah, when I was doing security, we had this. I've never seen this before, and I've never seen this happen in any other fight or video. But this one guy, there was me and my friend, my work colleague. We were removing him from the club. He took a swing at us. We took him to the ground, and my friend has grabbed him by the shirt and shaken him like this. And this guy has gone, and he got complete. And I thought he was pretending. I was like, "Oh, get up, you idiot!" Like, come on, I'm trying to roll him over to. And he was ragdolled. He was completely KO'd from the shake. The violence of that shake.
Did he grab the cuffs of his like kind of like a gi thing when you do like a choke like that, or where he would just grab him?
With his joke. I've seen that move as well. Yeah, where people will squeeze tight on the jacket.
That was my mode, bro. I used to put everybody to sleep with that.
Yeah. No, he grabbed his shirt and just shook him like and
wow. But
the way he went, I thought he was pretending. I was like, "There's no way anyone could get knocked out by that," but he was.
That's crazy. When you said that, when we used to do the gi fighting in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, everybody normally lets you just grab right there and then they work from that. I had this fucking choke. I guess it was from the wrist and the forearms was so strong on me. As soon as I would do this and I would go like that, it would put them right to fucking sleep, or they couldn't breathe or anything. So they would let me in like this, and I'm like, all right, boom, and I'd put that shit on them, and these dudes couldn't believe it. After that, they would never let me get to that fucking neck again because I'd put so many beats. So if I would see somebody when we were on the streets and they had a sweatshirt, like a hoodie on, that was my first fucking go-to, was grab that and then fucking fall back. And then if they still were able to handle it, I would fall back and put them in guard as I did that. And oh man, with that weight on it, it would just, because it cuts out the artery in the back here that they can't breathe and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and it surprises people that they think they're okay, or his arms are here. And then I'm going to try. And how much power are you going to be generating when someone's like up close to you like this? What are you going to be doing with that? That's not going to stop you. And you've got about 3 seconds before you're going unconscious.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it. So Corey says Conor loses in boxing as well. I love combat sports, so I won't watch any of Jake Paul fights. Not because he can't fight. It's just complete bullshit that he gets millions for bullshit fights. Yeah, but in a way, man, he worked to get there, bro. Like not everybody's gonna pay to see a match, and it's like this dude is like he's starting to gain a lot more fans where he had a lot more haters, but I think after this Tyson fight, I think he gained a lot of respect. And I know he did in my book, because I felt like that he couldn't knock Tyson out at the end 100%, and I felt like he had so much respect for Tyson. You could just feel it, like the way he was talking about him after. It was like he looked up to Tyson his whole life, and he didn't want to be the guy to just like beat up on him. And he even said after, he goes, nobody needed to get hurt that night. And that's why, he didn't say that he couldn't knock them out, but he kind of insinuated that. And I think all, the boxing people, we all realize he could have fucking beat up on Mike that, those last couple of rounds and put a showboat show on, which you would expect him to do that. But he had enough respect. And like, even before that last round, like at the end of it, he just like bowed down to him. And I think they actually got suspended from the boxing world over that. I think
really?
Yeah, the Boxing Federation suspended both of them over that. I think it was because they didn't want that to happen. Like they should have waited till after the bell. And so but I gained respect for Jake Paul that night, man. I was like, yo, he did the right thing. He handled himself right. Everything he said after was right. It was like he showed his respect to Mike. And I think if he didn't do that, he would have lost a lot of those Mike Tyson generational fans. I think they would have been really turned off. I would have been one too. I think I would have been more mad at him and been like, yeah, get McGregor to fuck this dude up. You know what I mean? But after that, I'm like, yo, dude, the dude's learning, man. He's coming a little more humbled, and it was just business, and he showed his respect. So my hat's off to Jake Paul on that, man. And I gotta say, bro, he's getting a lot better. He's definitely is from when he first begun to where he's at now, to his footwork and the way he conducts himself. He doesn't really do anything wrong as far as boxing technique. He's not the best yet, but give that kid another couple of years, bro. He's gonna definitely do his thing, man. I think he's gonna be a problem eventually in the pro league with real boxers and all. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I don't know if that would be his plan in terms of like going for a world championship. I think that he's probably the kind of guy that loves attention. Him and his brother, is very obvious that they love the spotlight and getting the biggest amount of people to watch what they're doing as possible. But with that, they are also very disciplined. They're fantastic athletes. They put a ton of effort into making sure that this isn't a joke for them. Like they are promoting the crap out of the event, but they're training their ass off with the best possible teams that they can. And they're coming into the game with the best people surrounding them and the best game plan that they could possibly have. So they're taking 100% seriously. But on the other side of it, they're also promoting the event. They're doing all the trash talking and all the the stuff that gets people interested in the fight. I think he's a very decent boxer, and that's been sort of the question is, but yeah, he's not elite. It's like, yeah, well, how many elite boxers are there in the world? There's not, if you want to be in that upper 1%, like it's a very, very hard road to climb.
I mean, he's only fought 4 years. I mean, how, you don't get there. I mean, we all know arm wrestling, bro. It's if you're a phenom and you dedicate your whole fucking life to it, maybe 4-5 years, you could be, knocking on that door of elite. But I still don't think you're in that elite category unless you're just some next level dude, because your tendons, everything has to grow to that. Same thing with boxing. It's very unnatural. You got to teach yourself to move in different ways that you don't naturally move. And just being in the big stage and getting that experience, it takes years, man. So for him to yeah, he takes some of those matches where you're like, oh man. But I mean, you got to remember, his number one goal is the money. And the way his path is, I mean, you can't say that he's not doing it right. I mean, he's getting the same amount as Mayweather did at the end of his career. If you look at the biggest fights ever, I think 4 of them in a row is Mayweather, of all the most money in the world. You know what I mean? And even Mayweather, who was an elite boxer, one of the best ever, how much hate did that dude get? Everybody was always saying, oh, he's cherry picking, he go against somebody else and blah, 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 blah. But bro, the dude has made like $1 billion. If you're going for the money, he did it. You know what I mean? Jake Paul, same thing. And it's he wasn't an elite boxer at the beginning. He was an amateur, and still he's at the level he's at, making that money more than any boxer there is. And now he's got all the elite top boxers trying to get a fucking match with him, because they know if they get one match, they're in the money for the rest of their life. They're set. And he says it every time. He reminds me, he's like, yo, Canelo needs me to make that money. I'm the money man. And it's like, yo, when he says that after this last Tyson fight, bro, he's damn right, bro. That dude just made 40 million on that shit. Probably on his next fight, he'll probably make 50 or 60 million. How many good matches are there with an elite boxer for him? There's not really. There's no big names out there, especially that if you're not in that super heavyweight class, that he's going to be able to make that kind of money. So he kind of got to go after those big other names, MMA guys, like when we saw him going against Diaz, and he did go against Corey. Just so I'm talking to you on this one, he did go against a real boxer, Fury. You know what I mean? Yes, he lost to him, but he went the distance. And I think a lot of people were in shock that he went that whole distance. And that dude's a good fighter.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Yeah, he has the skill set. He's not a bad boxer. And I think people try to paint him as, oh, he's just a YouTuber doing boxing as a hobby or just for fun. And it's like, no, he is a proper boxer. Like, he is training full time doing this. He has for years. He's gone against decent fighters who have skill sets to beat him. And he's done well. And we saw that against Tyson just recently. We've seen it against the opponents he's had. Tyron Woodley from the UFC was a killer, like on the feet. He's striking. He was the man you don't want to be going standing with, and you couldn't take him down either because he had fantastic wrestling. So he was the champion of the world, and Jake Paul knocked him out. And it's like, okay, sure, he was a little bit past in his career, but it's not like he wasn't a good striker. So for anyone who thinks that Jake Paul doesn't have a skill set in boxing, it's like he's quite good, and people like to write him off because of his showmanship or his attitude or whatever, or they see the money or the cars, or and they go, oh, he's not taking this seriously. Oh, he is taking it seriously with the best possible training camps that you could get. So yeah, for him to take a match against like a named boxer to go up the rankings, I don't think he cares about that in the slightest. And as you said, the guys that are at the upper levels in boxing, they're the one looking at him going, man, he's making millions and millions of dollars over there. I'm fighting for $10,000 over here, and I'm one of the top 10 in the world in my weight class, and no one knows who I am. So
that's Corey just said. He goes, Paul, Canelo is worth 300 million. Ha ha. He doesn't need Jake Paul. Yes, he does. Canelo doesn't have. Who's he fighting that's going to draw in a big purse, bro? That's the problem. Canelo's beat everybody. Canelo's won against everybody. So when he goes against another top boxer, he's got to train his ass off, and they're hoping to pull in, $1 million, $2 million. He goes against Jake Paul and puts that on. Bro, Canelo will make 40 million and Jake Paul will make 60 million on it. There's a big difference in money, bro. And that's what I mean by that. He is the draw, bro, because everybody, so his haters, Jake Paul's haters, want to see somebody finally get in and knock this dude's teeth out, because we have not seen that before. Even when he went against Fury, it went the whole distance, and there was no like getting satisfied seeing him get beat up. We all just, like, when he went against Diaz, we thought Diaz was going to bitch smack this dude up and beat the fuck out of him. And that's why all the haters are tuning in. If you love Jake Paul, you're tuning in because you just love Jake Paul. So hearing Canelo, knowing he's an elite level, everybody's going to tune in because they're going to be like, finally, somebody, a really good boxer, is going to fucking give us what we want to see and get this guy to get his, teeth knocked the fuck out. So I believe, bro, they really, Jake Paul, boxing needs a Jake Paul. You can hate him or love him, but he is bringing back that sport, because that sport was dead, bro. UFC was just taking over, and I think they've shown it. Didn't they do like one of the Jake Paul matches on a UFC night, and everybody tuned in to Jake Paul, and it showed UFC like, damn, bro, this dude could really mess with our market right now. So, that's what I mean, Corey, in that.
He's a needle mover, that's for sure. Yeah, he draws attention. He knows how to market. He picks the right opponent. He markets the match fantastically, and he gets people to watch, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, I agree, man. And, when you're making that kind of money and living the lifestyle he is, I mean, that's all he has to focus on is just boxing, bro. Knowing that you're making 40, 50 million each match, it's going to give you the motivation to go get the best team in the world. Every single coach is going to want to work with you just because they want to get, in the spotlight again. And it's like, look at it. All the old legends are now like, you got Butterbean making videos to you right after. Everybody's making a video. McGregor is coming. I mean, McGregor was like the biggest thing, a couple years ago. And now McGregor's trying to get in the spotlight by talking to you. I mean, everybody's coming at this dude, and he literally could pick any match he wants. And I mean, That's pretty impressive to do, man. Coming from 16 years old, wasn't he like a Disney star or some shit? Like he was like this little fruit boy. They showed a video of Mike Tyson at 16 where Mike Tyson was knocking everybody out from the street, looked like a young lion. And they have this video of fucking Jake Paul dancing like a little fairy when he was 16 years old. He looked like this little tiny kid and all this shit. So I mean, he's definitely built himself up, man. He's definitely got himself a big following and all. But we went way more into talking about this than I wanted. We just been on for like 2 hours just talking about boxing and all. We got to get into some arm wrestling talk here because this is the Arm Wrestling Buzz Show. So let's get in. We got some big events coming up, and the main one that I want to talk about tonight is December 14th. We got King of Table 13, and wow, man, they've stepped it up on this one. I think they felt bad on that last one. I think there was a lot of disappointment on the matches and, a lot of shit talking going on and people weren't happy with the production. So I think they felt like they had to step things up, and they definitely did. And they got 10 matches, and each one of them is just like, oh, wow, this is going to be a good one. And they just added a couple more. And so I definitely want to talk about this. Get over to that pay-per-view. It's $19.99. It's definitely, my opinion, it's probably the best one yet, that King of Tables did. They got some really big bangers on there. The main event we know is Jerry Cataract going against Levon. And I got to say, I seen the video of Jerry, and wow, bro, this dude is like, he's focused, man. Like I've never seen him look like this. And, I've seen him looking really good. And, when he went against Gennady and, he was trained up and all, but this looks like a whole nother Jerry Cataract, bro. He looks like he has been living in his garage and just really going hard, getting ready for this. This is his big opportunity. Since he came back into the sport, he kept calling out Levon. He's like, yo, I want my throne. I'm coming to get the crown. And, and he's finally got this big opportunity. And then hearing that it's going down in New Jersey, I mean, it's a short drive for him. He doesn't even have to go to Vegas. That's what we originally thought. So, I mean, this dude's driving only an hour away. Levon's going to have to take a 14-hour flight to get there. So, they're definitely making it more obtainable for Jerry, and I kind of like that, because Jerry's not one that travels good, putting him in these tiny little coach seats is not the best thing. But I'm very, very excited about that. But before we talk about the main event, we definitely got to put some highlight on some of these other matches. And one of the matches that really caught my attention, I'm like, wow, this is a great opportunity for this guy, is Kevin Palco, man. And, Kevin's been putting in a lot of work. He's a young up-and-coming arm wrestler. He's also a cop in Ohio. And, this dude has really been putting a lot of work in. And, in the last, year and a half, I've seen him very, very active and very, very focused at coming really, really good arm wrestler. And he definitely has. And they put him up against this other dude, Joseph Moranto. And, this dude, Joey, is a fucking beast, bro. I've seen him in Arizona when I had my super match over there against Grandin. I seen him there. The dude is a beast, but I knew about him years before. He came out to California. We were at Kyle DePue's, I think it was King of California. And, I met him in person, and a couple people came up to me and like, yo, you got to see this dude, bro. This dude is a friggin' animal. He's really, really young, but just insane, like beating dudes way bigger than him and just kind of playing with him. And wow, bro, this one is going to be a good one, man. And I'm just happy to see these guys getting a great opportunity. They've been in the sport for a long time. They're both real young dudes and really putting in the work. And, I'm definitely excited about this. So what does everybody think in the chat below, man? You guys excited about this? I know a lot of guys might not know Joe. I know a lot of people know Kevin. He's pretty out there. He's got a big YouTube channel, and, he makes a lot of training videos. Matt, do you know about Joe? Have you seen him in action before?
This is him right here. So yeah, this would be a great opportunity for both guys to get on that big elite world stage and show the world, hey, I'm here. Pay attention. especially on a card that's going to be in the United States, featuring possibly the best arm wrestling match that you could put together in terms of the number one versus maybe the number two, maybe number three, depending on how you're ranking. But, you know, to be on a card with Levan Saganashvili and Jerry Cataret is the biggest opportunity that you could get hold of. So, you know, I hope that both these guys are going to be able to put on a phenomenal match. And it looks like we're seeing a lot of very good promotion coming from Kevin here with his YouTube channel. He's got almost 60,000 subscribers on his channel, so he's going to be coming in very ready, very trained, and giving it his absolute best shot to put on the best showing for himself on the biggest stage that he could get on.
Hell yeah, man. He's been making a lot of noise in this last year. I've always been a fan of Kevin. I've always been following his YouTube and all his exercises. He's got some really, really good exercises on there. Definitely encourage you guys to check him out. He's a really good inside puller. He likes to go inside. He likes to hook, and he really tested himself. But this guy, Joe, man, I'm telling you, a lot of people don't know him. But if you're on that West Coast or that Midwest, everybody knows this dude. And what stands out to me, bro, is I see guys going that at like 220, 230, and now Joey's probably like 170s, bro. And bro, he just holds these dudes dead center, looking at them and just plays with them, man. Like it's just crazy. And you're like looking at him, and it's very deceiving. I mean, he's jacked, he's ripped up and all, but it's deceiving, bro. You don't think he's at the level he is, and just watching him play with these monsters. Yeah, that's him right there, bro. Really, really young. I think when I first met him, he was like 18, 19 years old. And I mean, he destroyed it. I forgot who he went. He went against like a really high level pull. It might have been the dude out of Texas. I'm trying to think what his name is. Oh my God. Really tall dude. He was like 6'4", shaved head. Can't remember the name right now, but he was one of the top pullers there. And I knew that guy beforehand. And I'm like, oh, this guy has no chance to get him. And then to see Joey just went in there and just demolished him, I was like, yo, holy shit, bro. This dude is crazy. And look, even right there, bro, that guy that he's going against looks like a monster. And, you know, Joey's just kind of playing with this dude, bro. Like his hand, everything is just steel, man. So definitely a good one. Corey, Kevin is probably, I'd say, in the 160s, maybe goes up to like 176 max. He's a smaller dude. He's got a smaller frame on him. He's probably maybe like an inch or two shorter than me or whatever. But you know, he knows how to pull, man. He's been pulling for quite some time, and he's a smart puller. He really, if you watch his YouTube, you'll see what I'm talking about. He comes up with all these great exercises. I think he used to do like rock climbing and shit or something. His hands are steel too, man. So this one's going to be a good one, but I'm definitely going to say that I think Joe is going to be the favorite in this match. I'm not saying that, you know, he's definitely going to get an easy win, because I don't know how much Kevin has progressed in the last year, but I definitely see Kevin a lot more active. You know, he's been, I think they do like Garage Wars or something. Don't quote me on that, but I know they have their own promotion that they've been doing. And every card they throw, Kevin takes a big match, and he's always testing himself. He's always going against a bigger guy, an elite level dude. And, you know, he surprises a lot of people, man, that he gets these wins and all. So definitely excited that they're getting on this big stage. I know some people were kind of hating and like, why are they getting on the big stage? And, you know, kind of talking shit like, you know, Cody Wood should be there instead. But, you know, Kevin was very, very nice guy, very humble, you know, and he just explained, he's like, you know, I think they offered him the Cody Wood, but Cody had something else locked in, so he couldn't, you know, go against him at that time and all. But you know, they both deserve this. They've put in their time. They've been going really hard, and I think this is the bright spotlight for them to really showcase who these guys are, so the rest of the world could see what kind of good pullers they are. And I know they're very known in their areas, both of them and all. So I'm excited about it. I can't wait for it. Are you going to put a prediction on this one, bro?
Oh, it's tough. It's a tough match. God. Yeah, I think Kevin in this one for me. I like both guys. I like their attitude. I like that they're pushing themselves and promoting themselves really well. Joe, I think, is just not as experienced as Kevin.
Okay. So I'm gonna write you down on this one. We're gonna keep track of this one.
We're recording them now. Here we go.
Yeah, I want to go against you on it. Let's see who wins on the predictions on this one. I'm gonna go, like I said, I like both guys a lot. I'm just gonna go with Joe on this one. Seeing him do what he does to such bigger opponents and make it look so damn easy. I think there's a video of him holding Adam Silver and he was kind of playing with him. And Adam's a lot bigger dude than these guys, and he just makes it look easy and all. So I'm gonna go with Joey on this one, but I'm not saying that I'd be totally shocked if Kevin surprises people and gets the win. But I think Joey's gonna be the favorite on this one. Now, the next match that I want to talk about is Corey West going against Tobias Sparring, left arm. This one's really, really interesting. We know Corey's one of the top pullers in North America, left hand. But we know Tobias is an absolute beast. Really, really long levers, real tall dude and all that. What's your thoughts on this match, bro?
Yeah, I think that Corey West for me is the favorite in this. He's looked phenomenal in recent times heading into this. He's number one rank in North America. He just continues to improve, and he's just monstrous. Like, he's an absolute giant of a man. I think that over the last couple of years, we've seen his technique get better and better, and his ability to get into the position he needs to get into improve significantly. The only question mark that I have, and the only weak point that I would be trying to exploit if I was coaching against him, would be his gas tank, and that is the question mark there with these sorts of setups on these matches. I would be drawing out this match as long as possible, making the setup as uncomfortable as possible, slipping when the strap's applied. I'd be moving around. I'd be doing everything I possibly could to make Corey have to work before the actual match takes place. Maybe even if I was in an advantageous position, potentially fouling to restart it to try to, really gas Corey out, because I've seen matches with Corey before where the first round hadn't even been completed yet, and he was wrecked. He was pouring out with sweat. He was breathing heavy. But if you're going in there trying to match power with power against Corey West, you're going to have a bad day every time.
So who's your pick on this one?
Oh, definitely Corey for me.
Okay. It matters what Corey comes in here, man. I've seen Corey in, some days where he looks just unstoppable. And then I've seen some days where I'm just like kind of scratching my head. I know Corey's left is his bread and butter, but definitely see a lot of problems with endurance and, being on the big stage and all. So I wish, I could say I want Corey to win. 100% want him to win, but my gut is telling me Tobias is going to be the guy. I think it's going to be the style. I think being in King of Table with the more rounds and all, I think it favors Tobias a little more. He's younger, and just look at the levers on that boy, man. He's really tall. He's got the the height advantage, and Corey's definitely stronger, but I think Tobias is definitely a lot faster, and he's got the levers on him. So I'm gonna go with Tobias on this one. So you got so Corey.
That's what's fun about these matches, is that you've got two people with different, almost opposite skill sets, and it's like who's going to be able to implement their game plan better.
Yeah, and I agree with what Roy said. He says Tobias for me, but let's go America. Yeah, I'm on the same shit, man. I would love on a perfect day. I'd love to see Corey get the win. I love Corey, one of my good friends and all that. But my gut's just telling me something else. I hope I'm wrong though. I hope that Corey could pull it off, and his endurance has been worked and all that. So can't wait to see that one. And Corey says, I'm only going Corey because he is now training for the sport as a job now, which he never did before. Yeah, that does make a big difference for sure. What is Corey's weight at? Has he lost any weight, or he's still around that 420 mark? Any idea?
Yeah, I don't know, but he's gonna be the heavier man in the match, definitely. But in terms of his cardio, if he's lost weight recently, that may be of assistance to him, because being 440 pounds is is just insane. And that's where he's getting gassed out, just trying to carry that weight around through day-to-day life, and just standing at the table is you're working hard because you're carrying so much weight to get there.
So Sire says he's 415 right now, and Sire also says Corey is a different animal. This will be a good one. Watched him pull recently, and he dominated. Yeah, but it's like, who did he pull recently? You know, where did you see him pulling? Are you talking about, you know, regular North American guys? I mean, because these guys on the other side of the world, man, they are on like world level, and you know they compete a lot more, and you know just where they come from and everything. And I don't know, man. I think this one's going to be a tough one for him, but I hope he pulls it off. And Captain Obvious says Corey not being stuffed in a plane for 13 hours will be feeling good. Yes, I agree on that, man. And especially remember that time when he went to Dubai and they lost his clothes and he had to go. I'm like, bro, I called him up and I was like, yo, dog, just you ain't gonna find no clothes in Dubai that fit you. Just take the sheets from your hotel and make them into a fucking outfit because you are not finding clothes that are gonna fit you in Dubai right now, bro. So
Oh no. That's hilarious. Yeah, just cut a hole in the bed sheet. That's about it.
I remember he had some like funny ass shorts on and he had like some sandals or whatever because he couldn't find anything else. And you know, he was taking pictures with everything, and it was so funny to see the outfit that he had to like wear that time. It was pretty cool.
You need like a 7XL shirt. It's just insane.
Yep. And then Roy says Corey was at the last King of Table and he lost, but he did propose to his new fiance at the event. Yeah, I thought that was so cool. I hit him up right after and congratulated him and everything. It would have been great if he would have won, but yeah, he got the loss. That was against Camille, right? Was that who he pulled last at the King of Table?
I think so.
Yeah. So that, I mean, just that alone makes me think that, you know, Tobias is going to be a real problem for him too, man. Like, I think it's just the styles and everything. Unless Corey is like really fast that day and could, you know, every round, I think he's going to have a problem. I think Tobias is like really, really fast and just that long lever and speed. I think that could be a problem, but we'll see, man. I'm hoping the best for Corey that day for sure. Now we got to talk about the female Levon. She is Barbara is pulling, and this is the rematch against Gabby. And what I gotta say, man, is since that match, that original first match, I think that just hit a switch off in Gabby, and I think she was pissed. She wants that number one on the planet so damn bad, and I think that she thought she was going to go in and beat Barbara that day because Barbara is so much younger and all, and you know Gabby having all that experience. I think she thought it was going to be a lot easier than it really was, and I think she was in shock when she lost to Barbara. So if you look at Gabby's physique lately in the last year, I mean, she has just got so much bigger and I just remember when I seen her in person at East vs. West 4. And, you know, I never seen her before that. And I couldn't believe how short she was, but how stacked she was. She would walk into this room and it's the definition of a Sherman tank. Like she just stands out. Like there's all these big monsters in the room at East vs. West. You got all these guys that are 6'6" and you know close to 400 pounds, and then this little 4'11" Gabby walks in the room at 205 pounds. Then, and I'm not kidding. This was just insane to me. That was the person that I remember calling home to my girl and being like, "Yo, you got to see what fucking Gabby looks like in person." She is the most stacked person I've ever seen in my life. It's literally like a walking Sherman tank. And now to see what she's did in the last year, I mean, I don't know what her weight's at, but my guess is she put on an extra, 20, 30 pounds in this last year. And it just looks like strongman pounds. Like, yo, like I ain't losing again. I'm coming in to fucking destroy this chick. So, this one is, I mean, I think Barbara is just too much for her, but I think it's going to be closer this time. I think Barbara's got like look at his size of like her levers. And, I think she has like every advantage on paper, but I think that Gabby just wants it so bad and is just, worked on getting stronger and stronger. So I think it's going to be a lot closer, but I think Barbora is going to be the favorite. What do you think, Matt? Who's your pick on this, and what's your thoughts after that first one?
Yeah, I remember watching this first one live, and it was a shock to everyone that Barbora was able to get the win, and especially after coming back from losing those first 2 rounds. Yeah, Gabby, I mean, she's what, I don't know, 30-time world champion or something. She's probably one of the most decorated women's arm wrestlers in history. So she's now coming back from a loss, and maybe it was a loss that she shouldn't have suffered in terms of her mindset, and that's what she's employed into getting this rematch. Is to, I was up 2-0, maybe I was a little bit overconfident, and you see right here that she's up 2-0 right here. Maybe she thought she was going to roll through for the easy win, but Barbora was able to turn it around and come back and get the victory, which was incredibly impressive. I remember watching it, and we were very, very excited because it was such a changing of the guard, or such a moment in women's arm wrestling, to see somebody actually give a challenge to Gabby, and not only give a challenge, but actually come away with the victory. So I think it's the perfect rematch. I think it probably should have happened maybe 6 months to a year ago, really. But you know, it is here now. Barbora's had a couple of matches since then, looked very dominant. And yeah, Gabby, if anyone in the world is going to retain their title, it's going to be Gabriella.
I think it's just too long, man. It's, you know, Barbora just keeps getting better and better, and I mean, it's just the advantage she has. I mean, what is she, like 6'4"? I mean, she is an absolute giant. And like I said, when I was around Gabby, I had a good 6-7 inches on Gabby, and I did not expect it. I thought Gabby was like my height. And then when I seen her in person, I couldn't believe. I'm like, she's so much shorter, but so much bigger and thicker. Like, it was just, you know, like, she stands out like that it's for real. Like, I couldn't believe it. But, you know, knowing your opponent is 6'4", you're 4'11", I mean, you know, we know arm wrestling, you know, leverage is pretty much everything. I mean, you could be stronger than somebody, but still that leverage is just a problem. And just like you said, that I remember Gabby after those first 2 rounds was just all smiles. And then round 3 hit. And you know, we saw Barbora after losing those first 2 rounds, it didn't even phase her. Like, you knew she knew, like, you know, she was coming back. She still felt confident. She wasn't like, uh-oh, like, you know what I mean? She felt like she could deal with that power and all. So I think just the more time that goes by, her being so young, always out there arm wrestling. And then the other thing that we want to talk about is Barbora versus Eggly. Now, Eggly, a lot of people don't understand. When I met Eggly in person, I have never felt a woman's hand so strong in my life. That was what I took from that. I remember just grabbing her in person, like, we weren't on a table or anything. It was actually at breakfast. And I was just like, I kept talking about it for like weeks after. Anybody I came across in arm wrestling, I'm like, yo, this girl Eggly, holy shit. Her hand is just on another level. It just literally felt like steel. Like, it was crazy. Like, she beats probably 70% of the dudes that I felt their hands. Like, it was just crazy. And to see what Barbora did against Eggly, you're like, wow. You know what I mean? So I think this is Barbora's time, man. I think she's going to be the next Levon of women. And I think it's just going to be a little too much for Gabby. I'm hoping I'm wrong. I love Gabby. You know, I love watching her arm wrestle, and I'd love to see her dream come true. I know she wants to have that title, you know, once in her lifetime of being the queen of the whole planet, you know, but, you know, with Barbora being around, I'm just not so sure about that. So my guess, I'm going to go pick with Barbora on this one. Who are you taking on this one?
I'll take Gabby on this one, just to counter yours. But I did notice something in this just rewatching it here. So it looks like Gabby is happy to let her wrist flop back slightly in the setups, and that Barbora is using like a low hand position. But in these early rounds, you see that Gabriella is able to just overpower Barbora here. So right there, she just drives through with that power, despite the fact that that is exactly how every round took place preceding this. But it was Gabriella's ability to lay down that power after that third round that prevented her from being able to get the victory. So she's losing the wrist there. She drives it back and then overpowers Barbora in the first 2 rounds. I think she felt so confident that she was going to do that again in that third round that when it went to a fight and Barbora was able to hold her off, you saw her face drop and her face change. There's a specific moment there in that where I'll see if I can find that. Where she realizes like, oh, I haven't got this in the bag. I actually have, right here. Look at that confident face on Gabriella right there. She's up 2-0. She knows that she's able to overpower Barbora. She's about to walk away, becoming another feather in her cap. And that is the face of a very confident person leading into a match here. But halfway through this, when she can't overpower Barbora, that's where it changes and it becomes obvious that, I am not able to do what I was doing in those early rounds. See, look right here. She actually looked at her. I don't know if you can see that. We can find it. So she looks at Barbora in the eyes and like, here we go. I'm going to win the match. And then she couldn't get through. And then she tried to drive again. And she's like, oh no, hang on. This isn't how it's supposed to happen. And she gasses out a lot of her energy here with a flop wrist. Which I think was the turning point in the match right now, right there. Gabriella holding on to a bad position and using a lot of energy, so she wasn't able to get that back. And each round after this went exactly the same way, but Gabriella not able to employ that power that she had in those first 2 rounds to get a pin. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that Gabriella has the power. She has the ability to just overwhelm Barbora, even when Barbora gets the position she wants. But that's how I see it playing out for the second match. I don't think that Gabriella is going to sit back and be comfortable after a 2-win lead. She's going to be like, no, I need to stay focused and I need to not get confident. I need to just get the win first and then I can relax.
Yeah, Captain Obvious says, if Gabby can't do it this time, then Barbora on her way to Levon level dominance. And I 100% agree, and I think that's what's going to happen. The only thing that can change is if Gabby just focused on that hand this whole time and just building it up. And maybe Gabby knew something. Maybe she knew that she needed that extra time and that extra weight and size, and maybe just put all into that hand. And if she don't lose that hand, then I think she could just side pressure through her. Barbora's whole key, I think, is keeping that pronation. You know what I mean? I think she's got to just kind of go with Gabby with that side pressure hit, keep that pronation, keep that hand, and then she could just kind of level over. And I think it'll probably go the same way. I think Gabby's going to shoot her load like that first round or 2, give everything she's got, but she might run out of some steam after that. And I think the pronation and keeping the hand, I think it's going to go the Barbora's way. And that's just my guess. I'm hoping maybe I'm wrong with that and that Gabby gets to pull it off. Because like I said, I'd love to see Gabby get that number 1 position. And it would just be a great thing for women's arm wrestling to see that back and forth rivalry. And you know what I mean? And that would be great to see. So I hope that does happen. But, my guess right now, I'm going to take Barbora on this one.
That's fine. Yeah, I think it's good. I think we've gone opposites for every match so far.
So far, yeah, we're both on each side. The next match that I want to make mention is Matt Mask versus Marcia Barboza. And, one thing that is going in Marcio's favor is he's the hometown hero here. It's going down in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Marcio, I think he lives over in Brick, New Jersey, which, I think it's like a 30-minute drive to Atlantic City. I used to do that drive all the time. So, that is something that's going to give him a little advantage. But we know that past Matt Mask has got the wins before. So before I say what my thoughts on that, what's your thoughts on this one, Matt? Who do you think is going to win that day?
Yeah, it's an interesting match. It's probably the right match to make for both guys because they're sort of at that point in their career where, and I don't want to say it, but it feels like they're at that gatekeeper status at this point. And it's like, if you beat these guys, then you move up to the next level. And it seems that every time they go up to the next level, they get pushed down again, but then they can slaughter everyone beneath them. So Marcio had a bit of time off. We saw him come back recently, but it wasn't the best showing for him. Probably not the best opponent to go against. getting beaten. But it's an exciting match. It's a good match. I think they've faced each other before, or they feels like they should have faced each other before at WAL. Both big stars coming out of that. Matt Mast with that big personality, and the way that he pulls is always exciting. And anytime that he's pulling, I'm going to watch it, because it's, you see the wild horse come out and he's furious and he's red faced and his hair's like all over the place and he looks like he wants to kill somebody. And you can't get better entertainment with that. But I love the fact that he gets himself in that mindset, but it's not directed at anybody. It's like it just looks angry, but it's not like he's saying, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to it's just he's in that rage state. And I've seen interviews where he's talked about that, and he says, if I don't get in that state, like when I feel like that, I feel 30 to 40% stronger. So for me to come out and have a match, I've really got to fire myself up. I've got to be in that mindset to come out and be like, I'm going to war. This is life or death. And that's how it works for him. Obviously a massive top roller. Marcio Barboza being a legend in the world of arm wrestling, but on a little bit of a comeback here. Both guys, it's a questionable match. It's kind of hard for me to sort of say there's a clear favorite. Jeez, I mean, if Matt Mast
before you say anything, type in pull it up, pull the Matt Mast versus Marcio. I don't know why something's telling me 2017. I don't know why, but I think they pulled each other, and I believe Matt won that pretty convincingly.
Right. Okay.
Let's check that out.
So 6 years ago at WAL, and let's have a look at the actual match. They're probably going to slip. Yes, they do. We get to the strap. All right. And there we go. Matt Mast with that furious, angry. They haven't started yet. He's ready to go. He's got the high hand position. He rolls through with his massive top roll as per usual. And yes, he got the victory. Look at that. Look at the eyes on that man. You do not want to be standing across from that man on the table when he's in that furious mindset.
Yeah, he looks like an animal, man. And the last match, we also got to remember that Marcio just went against Jordan Sonoff and kind of got dominated in there. So we know that's got to light a fire under Marcio, and especially being in his hometown and everything at Knuckles Up. I think that definitely probably got him hit in the gym really, really hard. So we can expect a fully 100% Marcio in this, wants to get his redemption and all. But I just think that its match style is going to be too much for him. And, Matt's been looking amazing lately. And I know he's really wants to, make a big comeback and, get back on all the big stages again. And this would be a really great win for him. So, and I mean, he seems to have the formula back then in the WAL. So he knows what he needs to do, to get that win. So my guess, I'm going with Matt on this one. Who you going with, bro?
I'll agree with that. I'm looking at this footage. Yeah, I mean, just at the start of this round, you could see the complete dominance in the upper side of their start. So if you want to time the pause here as they get going, this will tell the story of the match right there. So Marcio trying to get the height position, but against an absolute legendary top roller whose game plan is all top roll in Matt Mast. You see Marcio's hand buckle right there, and Matt Mast, look at that. He's gone, yep, your hand is dipped back, right, and you've had to come forwards. I've got complete control here. And he looks at Marcio. He's looking at Marcio as he just starts rolling through. He knows he's got it. So starts talking some trash, gets the pin. Yeah, I think that'll be the story of the match, is just that first inch. And if Marcio's wrist doesn't buckle, then sure, maybe he's got a chance. But when you're going against a guy that's his world, that those first 2 inches off the start in a high hand position, yeah, it's going to be tough to beat.
So Roy says, if you want to know who will win for sure to place your bets, listen to Devin Lorette prediction video he will put up soon and just go the opposite of everything he says. You will make bank.
Yeah, I think
Hey guys,
Devin.
if anybody wants to put some money on these matches as well, man, hit me up on Facebook. I'm down to make some bets here and make it a little more interesting. So, I'm definitely looking to put some money on some matches. So hit me up for sure if you're looking to do something like that. So that's the first one that we agree on. We're both going with Matt Mask on that one.
Yeah.
All right. Now we got to go with your boy, man. Well, my boy too, my homie and all, but your Australian co-mate over there, Lachlan Adair going against Lars, man. This could be a good one. Lars Rabukin, Lars has been doing pretty well lately. The dude used to be a big time. I think he was a strongman or a power lifter or something, but I seen some pictures of him back in the day, and I couldn't believe how big he was. So much bigger than he is now, but he's definitely a very, very strong opponent. How do you have this one going, man? Who do you think's the favorite in this one?
I think that Lachlan is the favorite for this one for me, and probably if you were going to be putting a betting line together, you would pick Lachlan for it as well. Lars, obviously, having that strongman background, but he sort of dips his toe. It feels like he steps into both worlds and obviously does well in both. I mean, the guy's enormous and obviously incredibly strong, but I think that going against somebody who does this full time, that is so technically knowledgeable and so dedicated to arm wrestling in Lachlan Adair, I think that Lachlan is going to be the clear favorite for me here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with you on that one too, man. I know Lachlan. That dude just does, like, I swear he lives in his garage. Just he closes his eyes for a little while, but he's still lifting as he does, man. The dude is just like an absolute beast. His team is getting stronger. So the guys that he's training with, we know he's got that. He's training with the young phenom and all that, and that's got to be stepping him up. And they got their little animosity back and forth. So I'm sure that's like really lighting a fire under Lachlan. And I don't think it's going to be an easy match. I think it could go back and forth a little. I don't think it's going to be a clean sweep. But, I think Lachlan is definitely going to walk away with the win. But, it could go, maybe like 4-2 or, something along those lines. We seen Lars, he that was his last big win. I think it was against Matarangi. I know he lost the last two matches. One was Michael Todd. And then who was his other loss? He just had one against somebody else. Oh, man. Was it Matt Mask? Was it Matt Mask? I'm not sure on that one.
Somebody in the chat will know. The Drew.
Yeah,
I
think it was Matt Mask. I'm pretty sure it was a Matt Mask match.
Right. Yeah. So this is a Matarangi Hedemorris with a shoulder injury at this point. Obviously still putting up a decent fight against Lars, but it shows the level that both these guys are at. It'll be a fun match. I think that Lachlan will probably run away with it fairly comfortably.
What do you think the end and score will be? You think Lachlan could sweep him, or?
I reckon it's a 4-0 for Lachlan.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm going to write that down too. 4-0, Matt says. I say 4-2. Okay. I'm going to give him a little more of a chance on that one. So, yeah. But we both agree on that one. All right. All right. Now here's let's hold on the Brian Shaw and Eddie Hall. Let's leave that let's make that one the co-main event on this one. Let's go next with Paul Lynn versus Krasimir. This one's an interesting one. This one, I don't know what they expect on this, man, because a couple of times I've went against Paul Lynn, and then like he just comes in and is like a whole nother beast and just shocks me and gets the win and all. So I'm not so positive about this one. If you would have asked me like a year ago, I'd be like, Krause, man, got this. He 100% got this. Now I don't know, man. I'm like up in the air. I'm back and forth with this one. Matt, what's your thoughts on this one?
It is difficult because Paul has improved so much in recent times and looked absolutely monstrously strong. And I think that will be the question as to how this one goes, because it feels like we know where Krasimir is. We know that he's absolutely elite. He's been around forever. He's beaten some of the absolute top names, and it'll be a great test for Paul Lynn to say, well, you're looking phenomenal. You're on a rise at this point in your career. You're looking stronger every time you get on the table. So if you get this win, that will really start to put you towards that pointy end of the absolute elite world championship status. And it's a hard one to predict because it feels like it just depends. It feels like we've got Krasimir and we know what Krasimir is going to be doing. But it's like, what level did Paul rise to? Where is he sitting? Because as you said, he was probably beneath this level maybe a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, but he's made such leaps and bounds in that time that it's like, okay, well, has he improved enough to start getting with these absolute elite Eastern Russian and Eastern Georgians and Eastern European guys? So I think it really just relies on where is Paul in at this point in time and what is his skill set going to be walking in there.
So who are you going to go with on this? Are you going with Paul Lynn on this, or?
Oh, I'd love to see Paul get the win. Man, this is a tough one to pick because, he's looked so dominant recently and he looks like he's giving it absolutely everything. I think maybe Krasimir is slightly on the other end of his career. Maybe he's starting that slow, he's been at the top for so long. He might just be starting to dip a little bit. And I think that maybe Paul is going to take the opportunity to take his position and take his name.
I'm going to go on. I'm just going to go with it all the way. Yeah, I'm going with Paul Lynn on this one because, like I said, asked me a year ago, I definitely would have said Krasi. I think Paul wants this so much. Paul's that guy that just he knows the gym. He knows what it takes. He's around these guys all the time. He's at all the East versus West. He's doing all the after pulls. He's surprising us, being a lot of guys that we didn't think he had any business pulling. And so I'm going to go with Paul Lynn, especially because we're going at the 105 kilogram weight class. They're going to both be the same size and all. And I know Krasi, when he was a lot better, he was in the heavier weight class. And Krasi also, he's got a winning record, I believe, on John Brzezinski overall. I think he's got more wins than John has on him. I don't know if that's still true, but I know that was his claim to fame in back in the day and all. So this would be a very, very big win for Paul. So I'm going with Paul on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'd be tremendous to see it happen. He's such a good guy, so dedicated to the world of arm wrestling, does everything he can to promote the sport and does it in the right ways as well.
It's Captain America right there. And what I like about him, man, is he keeps his mouth shut. He's a humble dude. He's always very respectful to everybody. And, I don't know how somebody could be that good all the time and, keep their composure and stay as humble as he is. So it's his time, man. I hope he gets the win that day, man. That'd be great to see for him for sure.
Yeah, especially in America, in front of the American fans.
Oh, and especially, I forgot about that. I mean, it's a short drive from him. He's coming from PA to Jersey. I don't know where in PA he is, but, it's probably max 2-3 hour drive, if even. So, that's definitely going to help him out. And we know that Krasi's coming from Bulgaria. So he's got a significant, flight to get on and to go through and just come into the States. It's got to be a little tricky for them with jet lag and all that. So, yeah, my money's going to be on Paul Lynn that day for sure.
Nah.
Now, this one I'm a little confused with. Dave Chafee, I don't know really much about his opponent, Gaber Bada Ducat. And I don't really know much about him, man. I've seen maybe a couple of videos, and the dude absolutely looks like a beast. I think he went and, he won the world's right hand and left hand and, was kind of just smoking everybody. Not sure what weight he's at or anything with this, so I'm kind of just taking a guess on this one. I'm not too familiar with him. What I did hear, the couple of videos I could find and people talking about him, I mean, he's a big deal over there. He's definitely a very, very strong dude. But do we know what his weight's at? Anybody in the chat? Did anybody know the size of him? And Matt, do you have any knowledge of this guy, Gaber?
in the last 10 seconds, I've looked this up, but that's about all I know about this guy. I've never heard of this guy before. He looks like a heavyweight, a strong heavyweight. He was flash pinning through some opponents here in these video highlights that I'm seeing. But yeah, as far as what I know about him, yeah, I don't know a lot. But if he's a flash pinner, then maybe he has the style or the ability to get victories over Dave Chafee. Dave tends to be a little bit slow off the mark. Once he gets his power down, then he's unstoppable. But I'd say that's probably one of his biggest vulnerabilities is just that very first moment of the match. If somebody can just fly through with absolute lightning speed, which it looks like this guy possesses. So maybe that's why they've put this match together, because it could be a good question as to whether Gabor has the ability to flash through somebody as strong as Dave Chafee.
My guess right here, bro, is the reason why they set this match is they want people to find out who this Gabor is, and knowing that he won the super heavies and WAF. I'm thinking he's that guy, and I think they need a spotlight, and they need to get this dude's name out there. And I think Dave Chafee's kind of been like, when it comes to East versus West and King of Table, I feel like he's kind of come that door, the elite door. Like if you could get through Dave, you're considered one of the top guys, and now let's let him loose in the top level elites on the big stage and all. And it seems like a lot of the guys that are trying to get their names out there and all, the first guy that they want to call out is Dave Chafee. Dave, is been losing a lot in the past and all, and he's not the same level that he was at back in the WAL days where he was like the top dog and all. And I kind of feel like these new Europeans and all, when they want to get their name out or want to put a show, the first person they're calling out after their first win is Dave Chafee. So my guess is that's what King of Table is trying to do. Let's get some eyes and show who this guy Gabor is, and let's get his name out there. Let's get him a big win on Dave Chafee, and now everybody's going to be talking about him. So just from that, I'm going to go with Gabor on this. And I'm so sorry, Dave, because I love Dave, man. And Dave is a diehard Yankee fan with me. Anytime that we see each other, we talk Yankee. So like when I'm, going against him, I feel really bad, and I don't mean to be like a dick to you, Dave, because I really love you. I saw the shirt he had on recently, and he had Soto and Judge on there for the Yankees. So, I was like, I fucking love Dave, man. Diehard Yankee fan like myself. So I feel so bad going against him on this, and especially being from the US. And, I'd love perfect world Dave to come back and be the old Dave and just smash this dude and like, fuck yeah, Dave's back and all. But, just like if I'm a betting man right now, I'm going to go with Gabor on this. So who are you putting on for this one, bro?
Just for fun, I'm gonna pick Dave.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, why not? I want to see him get the win. I don't know anything about the other guy at all. And in those situations, it's like, well, if I don't know much about this matchup, then I'm going to go with the guy that A, I like, and B, I think I'd like to see win.
Yeah, I agree. I would love for him to see a win and all. I don't know, just knowing what people been doing and like kind of setting matches and being a promoter. I just think this is like their perfect way to get another big name out there, like start building Gabor up. And, now if he beats Dave Chafee, now, they could go with the next one after that and really build up the hype with him.
Mm-hmm,
So the next match that I want to bring up, which I was a little confused with this one, man, because just the size difference of these two guys, and that's Sandra Sadis going against Rustam Babayev. Now, let me just say this before I get into this, is Rustam is a legend in my book. He's one of the best pound-for-pound pullers ever to live on this planet, and he strikes a different note for me because I look at him as one of the little guys like myself, like 5'6", and he's like my dude where it's like if I had to like pull any style I could, I want to be like this dude, man, because just how successful he's been, so whenever I see Rustam, I'm like secretly like, yeah, I want Rustam to win, man. Like that's my man right there, dude. He's like, he's my size, and he gives us shorter dudes a fucking hope that we could fucking be good arm wrestlers and all that. So, but when I seen Sandras, as his opponent, I'm like, Yo, Saunders, bro. I remember hanging out with Saunders, and that dude is a fucking tower, bro. That dude's 6'4", like, like I'm up to his waist and shit, and like you're like, damn. And I love Saunders. He's such a cool dude, man, and he just loves working out. And I used to have him on the channel all the time, and I consider him one of my friends and all. But I just don't know, man, if this match can Rustum overcome the levers on that dude? And like, it's not like Saunders is just a big dude and he's not like a great puller. That dude's a world champion, top level puller, man. So like, what's your thoughts on this, man? Were you surprised at this at all?
Well, I think the original matchup was supposed to be John Brzezinski versus Rustam Babayev, which fell apart. And maybe they just didn't have anyone available, or they put the call out and Sanders is like, hey, I'll do it. I'd love to be on that card. So that potentially could be the reason that we're going to see this. But yeah, physically, it appears to be a really big mismatch. Somebody who's so much taller than their opponent, but man, yeah, it's difficult. And especially if Sanders wins and wins convincingly, I don't think it's great for him. Like it doesn't play well to the story of this was going to be a competitive match and we should have put this together. I don't think it's almost like a lose-lose situation for him here, because if he wins, it's like, yeah, but the opponent was literally half your size. And if he loses, it's like you lost to a guy half your size.
I think the only way Saunders walks away with this is if Saunders is like, yo, I'm going to go in the hook with you, bro. Let's go for it. Yeah, that's your strong route. Let's do that, because Rustum's an inside puller, man. He wants to bring this inside, and we know Saunders likes to top roll and go outside. So I think for Saunders, if he wants to make like a statement that day and not be a lose-lose situation, I think he should just round one, feel it out, do his normal shit. If he just goes right through him, flashes through him, then I think you should test your frame. You should text your body, be like, fuck it, bro. I'm going in a hook with you. Let's do this, Rustum. That would say a lot about Saunders. And if he gets the win in the inside, in the hook, then you just took all doubt away, bro. You just made a statement like, I beat this dude outside. I went inside with him in his track, and I still beat him. So, and I mean, look at him right there. He's going against Jordan. He's inside and he's hanging with him, bro. And I'm telling you, that dude, Jordan, bro, that dude's a freak show. He's just been banned and all that, so we don't get to see him going against a lot of the big East versus West guys and all. But he's something else, bro. That dude is just on another level. I mean, look out, and when you see him in person, he's a fucking another monster. I mean, they're both around the same size, Saunders and Jordan. I think Jordan frames even a little bigger than him. So I think this is a mismatch. If Rustum has a shot, he's going to have to pull him inside, and he's going to have to just go through him inside. And if he does, that would surprise me, because I know Saunders wants to go outside, but I also know he is strong inside, as we could tell right there. You know what I mean? So I'm going to go with, since I'm a betting man, I'm going to go with Saunders on this one. But I want to see him go inside the hook. Even if we got to wait to round 4 or whatever, if he smokes him, first 3 and he wants to wait to that last round. But please, Saunders, if you listen, man, show us what you're about, bro. Show us where your balls are at. Go inside with him and see if you can bang with this dude, man. I mean, this means something. And then what would you think, bro, if Rustum would have went against John Brzezinski, man? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, that would have been more fun, I think, than a mismatch where you're looking to hope that these guys do go into each other's. Well, that Cedric is going to actually go into Babayev's power to be able to get a competitive match, but with John Brzezinski, it feels like it would have been a lot more competitive. It would have been great to see, and a rematch of these guys have gone against each other for several times over the last couple of decades. I mean, they've both been around forever, but it would have been. I would have liked to have seen John get the win, just because I really like John Brzezinski. He's I think everyone's favorite arm wrestler, but it would have been a lot more competitive. I could almost say it was a 50-50 match, and if either guy won, it wouldn't have surprised me.
I don't know, man. I think that was a mismatch. I think Rustum these days and where John's at, I don't think it's the same level. I think Rustum is too much for him. I think it would have went inside, and I think Rustum would have beat him pretty bad, in my opinion. I don't think, now you would have said, 5 years or maybe 10 years ago, I would say John. You know what I mean? But I think, Rustum is a little too much for him these days. I could be wrong, but yeah, I think that would have been a lot closer of a match. I do think that Saunders is going to pretty much, dominate on that. So are you taking Saunders on this match against Rustum?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a clean sweep, Saunders.
Okay. All right, now let's go to the co-main event. This one is this is the entertainment match right here. I'd like to say, like, the exhibition kind of. That's when we got the two strongmen going at it. We got Brian Shaw, 6'8", 450 pounds, going against Eddie Hall, 6'3", 400 pounds. So before we get into our predictions on the table, who do we think's the stronger guy?
I think at this point it's Brian Shaw. I think that Eddie's been out of that world for just a little bit longer, and yeah, it feels like Eddie is dabbling in a couple of other things. Like, he gets opportunities and then he sort of trains a little bit and does that, and he gets an opportunity, he trains a little bit and does that. The boxing match with Thor, and now the arm wrestling, which I think they were supposed to have a match with Thor a couple of years back. I did see some videos of Eddie training with Neil Pickup, but it never eventuated. They ended up having the boxing match instead. But yeah, I think Eddie is quite happy to do his promotional side of things. Like, he's very good at marketing himself and getting his name out there and continuing his brand after doing strongman. Because, I mean, how many strongman competitors are there in each tournament? You've got at least 10 to 15 guys or whatever, but the only people you remember are the ones who have that personality, that charisma, the ability to continue on outside of just that strongman competition. And I'd say that Eddie is more popular than Hathor Bjornsson, despite the fact that Hathor winning the matches that they had against each other and potentially winning. I can't remember who won more titles throughout strongman, but yeah, Eddie is. I think he's pushing in that direction. His social media side of it is where he's at this point in time. Whereas Brian it still feels like he's not exactly sure what to do post strongman, and it's like, that was his world. That was everything. Yeah, that was what he was training for. You can see he's still training regularly, training all the time, lifting super heavy. But now he's found a new potential sport in arm wrestling where he gets to showcase not only his strength, but then the skill that he would have learned through arm wrestling as well.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good as far as getting a lot of eyes on it. I think we'll gain a lot of the strongman will be tuning into this, and just all the content both of them are putting out. They got a big following, both of them, and I think people are just going to be like, oh shit, let's check this out, and they're going to make their own predictions, who they think is going to be better in arm wrestling and all. But as far as getting on the table, I'm going to go with Brian Shaw on this one. I think it's just, with the long levers, I think he's got a little more experience on the table. Seems like he's taking this really, really serious. He seems like he's got all the arm wrestling tools. He's even got like something put on a bumper of his truck. He put like a handle on there or something, like a cable thing, so he could train when he's on vacay or if he's out somewhere or whatever. So it seems like he got bit with that arm wrestling bug, and we all know what that's like. When you first get in, you want to be the best, and being such a freak show and so goddamn big, and getting to train with Devin, and I think Devin's kind of taking him under the wing and all that. I think he's really, really dedicating himself to this, where Eddie, I think he just recently got into this again, and I think it's more of a content thing. When you see him on the table, there's no like technique. He's just kind of like just using brute strength and all that. And I think just Brian with those long levers and starting to learn how to top roll and all that, and I think that's going to work in his benefit. Yeah, we got to see him train with Brandon Allen, and that I remember Brandon was just like, this dude is a fucking animal, bro. And that's the Grizzly dude. He's a pretty new arm wrestler from California. I think he also does the slap fighting as well. And he's definitely Brian is definitely a brute, dude, and I think things are starting to make sense for him. And so I'm gonna go with Brian on this one. And as far as with the strongman, I think Brian's definitely the more well accomplished. I think he's got a lot more titles. I think he won the 4 times the strongman champion. I think Eddie Hall won it once. I think it was 2017. The last one they went against, I think Eddie beat him and all. But I got to go with Brian on this one. I think he's just got too much, genetics behind him, and I think that's gonna, play a big factor in it. So, who you putting your money on that one?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that Brian Shaw, training with Devin Larratt, and he's a strong guy. He's taller. He has the longer levers, and he's keen. He wants to do this. He wants to do well, and he's been answering questions about maybe him going against Levan and stuff like that, which I think is kind of silly to talk about that at this point. But he is definitely taking this serious. He wants to be good at it. He's taking the time to learn technique, and he's employing his strength in a way that you need to. If you're just relying on strength, you will get to a certain level, but you won't be able to get any further. But I think for me, Eddie is seeing this
thing to do with it. That goes and happens on TV. That would be just devastating for our sport. That will scare everybody. But
Yes.
As far as like genetics and all, Eddie Hall is just a normal guy. I say normal. He's 6'3", 400 pounds. Ain't so normal. But he doesn't have anything that's like holy shit. Like as far as levers and Larry's not that genetic freak and all, but he had the big following. He's a very tremendously strong power lifter and somewhat of a bodybuilder and all that. So I just hope that he sticks with it. I think he's got a lot of potential. I mean, just look at the size of him, bro. Look at the levers he's got on him, man. It's just like insane, dude. So it's like I just hope that he sticks with it. But yeah, my money's on him for sure. Brian Shaw, I think, is going to get the win that day, and I just hope that Devin keeps with him and just teaches him the right way, and that we could keep him engaged in it, that he likes it, so that he's going to stick with this shit for sure.
This is the perfect example right here. It's Brian Shaw showing Eddie Hall how to arm wrestle.
Yeah, there you go. And it looked foreign to Eddie too. Look at him with the handle. He looks so like out of place. Like when you first grab a handle for the first time. Actually, we seen that with you in India when you started fucking learning with the hand. You're like, dude, I never really trained arm wrestling specific exercises, and it just looked foreign to you and all. Yeah, it's the same thing with Eddie right now.
I couldn't keep it still.
Let's see how.
So yeah, but this is the story of the match right here. It's like it's Brian Shaw explaining to Eddie Hall how arm wrestling works. This is what you need to do, and he's the teacher, and Eddie Hall is the student. And then it's like, okay, and a few months later they're going against the match each other. It's like, well, who do you think is going to win here? Eddie doesn't know what he's doing in terms of arm wrestling yet.
Little does Matt know that this is all scripted match, and Core Sports has set this up and is the next Jake Paul Mike Tyson match, and they're setting up a whole script and everything. Nah, I'm kidding, guys. I'm kidding.
God, if it was, man, that would be devastating, because the amount of people that are going to watch just out of interest to see these two guys, and if they see a farce, that would be like, oh, so arm wrestling is scripted just like wrestling. It's like, oh, you guys screwed it for all of us.
Yeah, for real. But Matt, can you just hold on one second? I drank so much water right now. Hold on, I gotta run to the little boys' room. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, you do that, man. I'll talk about this footage here. But yeah, you can see, I mean, there's the size difference, the height difference. Brian Shaw, I love the fact that he's the guy that's explaining to Eddie Hall how to do this and how it works and everything like that. And this isn't from that long ago. When is this? 6 months ago. This is only 6 months ago. So, and in the title it says cracked his arm. So I don't know actually who got a crack in their arm, but you would hope it wasn't Eddie. Well, actually, it's not good for either guy going into this. But yeah, I think this is going to be more of a, because it's two guys with really big names going against each other, that's what's drawing the interest. That's what's drawing the crowd. I don't think that this is going to be a competitive match at all. I think it's just like people go, oh, the world's strongest man versus the world's strongest man. Yeah, let's do that. And that's what's going to happen. I mean, does anybody have Eddie in the chat at all as like winning this match? I mean, you can see right here, he's completely clueless as to what he's doing. He's being taught by Brian Shaw how to do it, and then it's like 6 months later, he's expecting to be able to beat him in arm wrestling when Brian's been training for arm wrestling the entire time. So I don't see it going any other way than 4-0. And I really hope they don't goof around and start play acting and doing something stupid.
Let me ask you this, Matt. What do you think they're getting paid for this?
Oh, well, it's through Core Sports. Maybe they have a deal on the pay-per-view percentage points, and they say we'll give you a $1 for every buy that we get. You know, that's where you make your big money, and especially when they've got a big name. So you'd have a base salary. I know. I mean, if you're looking at the number one face of arm wrestling in the world of Devin Larratt, and he's at $50,000. You know, are Eddie and Brian worth that for the arm wrestling crowd? I don't know. I don't think so. I think you'd have to be saying, look, we'll give you a base amount, and maybe it's 15, 20 grand, but you'll get a percentage of the pay-per-view, which potentially could be, you know, depending on how many people buy it, could be a whole lot more. And if both these guys promote it really well on their channels, they could get a lot more money into this pay-per-view than any other way. And you would be banking on that's their selling point is, hey, I'm bringing a massive audience, and so is Eddie, and we're going against each other. So it's going to be potentially millions of people watching. They both have millions of subscribers. And if you say, look, if you don't worry about just the upfront money, because you guys won't be able to afford it. You know, you can't give us $2 million each, but we might be able to earn that through the pay-per-view revenue.
Let me ask you, what are the followings on both of them? Can you look that up real quick and see what we're dealing with here? And so, I agree with you, bro. I think it's going to be definitely a percentage, because that it gives them incentive to really promote it and get it out there. And, I think what Core Sports is looking at this is like, this is a potential to grow for the future. So they might not really make much on this event, but they're going with the hope of bringing a lot new eyes and a lot more fans on the arm wrestling.
Yeah, this is one of the issues. So it's 2.1 million subscribers for Brian Shaw. So 2.1 million for Brian Shaw, and Eddie Hall has 3.1 million. So, what's that? 5.2 million. They're probably, I mean, you would say most fans of Eddie are probably fans of Brian at the same time, but there might be some crossover there. So maybe, 3 million, 4 million people that potentially could be interested in seeing this. But how many people are willing to pay money to see this match? That's the difference. Is like, am I willing to part with $20 to see this arm wrestling match? Maybe they're fans of Brian, maybe they're fans of Eddie, but it's like, yeah, I don't really want to pay $20 though to see it. I'll just watch the replays on YouTube or whatever. So we might get some of that. I hope that people do buy, because then it'll look great for arm wrestling. You get a lot of people interested in it. But again, it's like, these guys aren't top level elite arm wrestlers, so it's more being sold on their celebrity status in a way.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I don't know, man. It's I hope that people, Roy saying over here, for the record, I would never buy a pay-per-view just to watch these two. Sorry. Yeah, Roy, but you're an arm wrestler, so it's kind of different, man. You're already buying the pay-per-views for other reasons. They're trying to get new eyes, you know what I mean? So they're hoping at 2.1 and 3. At those 5 million, we're hoping that we get, a couple 100,000 people that normally wouldn't tune in. Even if they do get a couple 100,000 buying the pay-per-view, that's going to be a big payday for everybody. That'd be for Core Sports. That would be huge for Eddie and Brian, so there is that potential of getting a lot more people into our sport. So I think that's, and that's kind of what we've all been looking for, is that cross networking and, to bring in these big followings. And that's why everybody kept wanting to see Larry Wheels, and, it went bad for Larry, because, the first 10 matches he lost, and they were hoping that he would get a couple of wins just to, kind of get more following going. But, with these two big monsters, they also just got that genetic look where you just want to see these big, huge monsters. And, seeing a guy like Devin get on the table with a Brian Shaw, to non-arm wrestler, everybody's gonna be like, oh, look how big Brian is. He's gonna kill this string bean Devin. And then when you see Devin just manhandling these dudes, it could be so amazing that these people that they're like, yo, it's all technique, man. I gotta learn how to arm wrestle and all. And I think that's kind of what they're hoping with that. And Mark says maybe Eddie will box Jake. Yeah, bro. I wouldn't be against something like that. You know what I mean? Like a Brian Shaw or Eddie or Thor going against Jake Paul. That's another one that I think I would probably be buying the pay-per-view just to see, like, yo, can one of these big monsters fucking get their hands on this boy and give him a fucking beating of his life? So I mean that's interesting to me. What do you think, man? Would you be interested in something like that?
I think that anything that's like that, I'm always interested in seeing it. But I don't think that Eddie has the ability to. I mean, if he lands, for sure, yeah, absolutely. And anybody can get knocked out in a boxing match. He has the ability to win the match for sure. I just don't see it happening. I think that it would be very similar, actually, to the way that the Tyson fight went. I think that Eddie's footwork is not good. I think that when he throws his punches, he throws like all of his body weight goes forwards over the top of his feet. He doesn't keep his feet underneath him, which is what you saw in the match with Hathor Bjornsson. Hathor is a lot better boxer. He keeps his frame very straight and he lands very good jabs and good straight punches, whereas Eddie was throwing these really big looping overhand rights and overhand lefts, gassed himself out within 2 rounds. And his feet, every time he would throw, he's off balance. He's losing balance. So he's fighting his own body weight to keep himself in a standing position. And, all you got to do is move out the way a few times. This guy's starting to get tired and get exhausted. I don't think that he would get close enough to Jake to be able to land it. But if he did land, yeah, sure, he could win. But I don't see it happening.
Yeah, I mean, a boxer or a trained fighter, when you see somebody throwing those big wild haymakers, first thing you want to do, man, is just go straight in at him and stay real tight to him, because those punches are just going to go right around you. They're never going to be flush hit on you. But it's also kind of scary to go into a dude that's 6'3", 400 pounds. It's definitely intimidating. But if you're a decent boxer, which I think Jake is, I think he could handle that. Now, as far as Thor, I think Thor would be a problem for Jake, man. Just like you said, bro, he's got that jab. Boxing is that jab. That's everything, bro. If you could fucking keep somebody at bay with that, especially being fucking 7 foot tall and throwing that straight jab, I mean, it's like fighting with a baseball bat. You're not even gonna let that dude close to you. You just bang, bang, and I don't think Jake would ever take that match. Now, an Eddie Hall or Brian Shaw, I think Jake might be willing to take that chance, and and I don't think it's really going to affect Jake's career if he loses to that, because he could just be like, yo, dude, this dude's 200 pounds bigger than me. The dude's a freaking genetic giant. And, if he loses to that, everybody's gonna be like, oh, he should have lost to that. But if he even just goes the distance, they'd be like, oh, give him props. Now, if he goes and beats that dude, Jake looks like a fucking hero, bro, and he keeps doing what he keeps been doing to people and all. But I gotta say, man, I think I would pay that whatever it would be. I think I would pay that pay-per-view, especially if they throw it on the Netflix and it's only that monthly fee. Yeah, fuck yeah, bro. I'm definitely watching that fight for sure. So
Yeah, I mean, I'll watch fights with people I've never seen before just because it's a fight, and I want to see somebody get knocked out or somebody get, especially if I know both people, then it's like exciting. But in terms of like the money side of it, yeah, absolutely. Why not put people with big names against each other? And it's fun. It's like these two people have agreed to do it. Why the hell not do it? But yeah, I mean, we saw right here Eddie landing a couple of good shots, but throughout the fight, he got tired. This was the first round, and you can just see his footwork is it's not on point. He starts to gas. He starts to get slower as the fight goes on.
Fucking
Those big
Thor,
looping
man.
punches.
Bro, Thor looks like a fighter, though, bro. Even the way he holds his hands and everything, and that jab, like that dude is a barbarian, bro. That
Yes,
guy,
absolutely.
yeah, that guy could fight, bro. Like Eddie looks like a fucking like your bar dude, just swinging crazy haymakers, and I'm a big dude, so I could beat everybody. And then you meet somebody like Thor that can actually really fight. I don't know. Well, he knocked him down there. Look at that. I mean, if
Yeah,
he
yeah.
fucking hit Thor, if he hit Thor and knock Thor down. Think of what Jake Paul would be in the upper deck stands after getting hit by that fucking hit. He'd fucking
There it is. A big left hand, straight left hand.
Yeah.
I think the knockdown with Thor was more of a slip. He did throw at the same time, but I think his feet just actually he stumbled at the same time. But it wasn't classed as a knockdown, but that one was there with the Thor landing. And here it's the 5th round. You can see how heavy Eddie's breathing out of his mouth, and again, throwing those wild, leaping forwards, off balance punches. And you see the framing of Thor, still very disciplined, very straight, very much like in the traditional boxing stance. Eddie with his mouth open, throwing wild, looping overhand punches. So,
yeah, everybody's saying in the chat that they want to see the Thor versus Jake, please. But I think, he's thinking like me right now. He's looking at a guy like Thor and he's like, fuck no, bro. That dude is going to kill me. Hell no. But as far as like an Eddie Hall or a Brian Shaw, I think Jake might be willing to do something like that. That guy Thor, bro, he's wow. That's a specimen right there, dude. That is just nuts. What's the height of him, bro? Is he taller than Brian Shaw, or is he like the same height?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. Yeah, because I know he's a giant. Let me have a look.
He's probably like 6'8", 6'9", too.
Yeah, let's have a look. His height is 6'9". He does.
Yeah, I think he's a real deal problem, bro. I think that dude, as far as a boxer, he has some skills, and I don't think Jake could fuck with that yet. I don't think Jake's that good of a technical boxer that he could handle that. But maybe a couple of years from now, But
yeah, well, this thing is it's trying to land punches that have enough weight behind them to do any damage against somebody that's heavy and that's strong.
Yeah, that is crazy though. All right, now let's talk the main event match, bro. This is the one. Jerry Carteret versus Levon. And let's just kind of set the context here, because we were all wondering if this is going to go down in Dubai. And I know a lot of people were saying if it was, definitely Levon is definitely the favorite. Then we moved it over to Vegas, and we were like, all right, now if Jerry only got to go on a 3-4 hour flight and Levon's going on a 20-hour flight, Jerry might have more of a chance. But now we just moved it really close. Now Jerry's just jumping in his fucking vet and racing over there. He's an hour away. He don't got to do nothing. Come right there. And now Levon's got to squeeze in this little coach seat and make his way over the fucking 16-hour flight or whatever, the Jersey. So with all that being said, man, do you think Jerry has more of a chance now? Like, who do you have as the favorite in this?
Oh, I think that Levon is you can't pick against him based off of his form. In recent years, he's been the absolute monster that has crushed every single opponent he's gone against. Apart from Hermes, he had some trouble with, but apart from that, he hasn't lost a single round. He's been the man to beat. Everyone is sort of looking up at Levon as that is the mountain to climb if you want to become the best in the world. And how do you beat that? That's why I think this match makes a lot of sense, because you've got somebody who has a very unique style that is difficult to deal with, and he's gotten wins on people because of the way that he arm wrestles. And it's like, well, how do you beat that style that Jerry has? If you go up against Levon Saganashvili, it's like, he's the man that's going to answer that question, and he's going to show you how to do it.
Yeah. So I'm going to go out on a limb here, bro. And, people are going to think I'm fucking nuts here, but I'm going with Jerry on this, man. I just, before, if you would have said that Jerry had to travel anywhere, I was like, I don't think so. Jerry's not good at traveling and all that. Something is just telling me, bro, this stage is set. It's set right. He's got to go quick drive to Jersey, no plane, no nothing. Jerry's been fucking every night. He's just been telling himself he's the guy that's going to do this from when he came back into the sport. And I know this for a fact because I was the guy that got Jerry back into the sport. Jerry was done with arm wrestling, didn't hear nothing of him. I just remember that day going to Travis and saying, yo, this is when I was brand new. I'm only like a year, and I'm like, yo, who is out there that, could be the next big thing that is not in arm wrestling right now. And he was like, Jerry Carrot. And when he said that, I didn't even know who Jerry was. So I went home and I started looking at all the videos and I'm like, oh, wow. What the fuck? Why isn't this guy arm wrestling anymore? Like, what the fuck? So, me being an entrepreneur and I'm thinking, I'm like, yo, why don't I start a YouTube with this dude? I was like, he just seems like he's not out there on social media and all. So I hit up Travis. I'm like, yo, what do you think if I fucking got him on YouTube and started building him up? And he's like, yeah, bro, get that fucking dude, man. That would be great. This dude is that's like my rival right there. We had like fucking 10, 11 matches and he beat me like 9 of those. So I was like, what? He beat you, bro? Get the fuck out of here. So now I got my interest. So I hit up Jerry and I was just like, yo, bro, I'm pretty new in this. I'm trying to build YouTube and I want to get want to get some people going and everything. Would you be interested if I ran your channel and all that? And do some interviews and I'll start fucking coming out to you and making videos. And he's like, fuck yeah, let's do it, bro. So I couldn't believe like he even said yeah. I was like, yo, this is fucking great, bro. So we started building the channel and all that, started getting him active and kind of started pushing him. And I just remember day one him going, I'm like, so who do you want to pull? And I think it's on video. And he's like, Levon. So I'm just like looking, I'm like, bro, you haven't arm wrestled in a few years. Can we start a little easier, bro? No, I'm ready, bro. He's sitting in my fucking throne. He's keeping it warm. I'm like, yo. And I remember him saying this on video. And when we got off, I was just like, yo, bro, can we start somewhere else? Can we like maybe get like 10 matches before then? And, let's build up the content and all this. No, I'm ready, man. I want him. And I thought he was fucking nuts. And then, I still haven't seen this dude arm wrestle in person. And then, next thing we got the Gennady match. And I'm kind of like in my head, I'm like, I'm playing like, yeah, Jerry's the man and all. And I'm like, really have no clue. Like, I don't know what to expect. But, I go out to Turkey with him and all. And I see how he traveled and all. I'm like, oh, dude, this is not looking too good. Like, I don't know how he's going to do it. And then I remember round one. And Gennady went right through him, bro. And I'm in the corner and my heart just dropped. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, this is such a mismatch. What the fuck are we doing here? Like, he should not even be going against this dude. This dude is a fucking animal. Gennady came in screaming that day and I was just nervous. I'm like, this dude is another level. And Jerry's just got his headphones in and like he's just kind of like gliding away. And Gennady's like, whoa, oppa, screaming. The whole place is like shaking from this fucking monster. And then I think it was round 2 or 3 where Jerry, like the rust came off and Jerry just went and I'm like, yo, what the fuck just happened? Like Jerry just came, like he's now everything Travis kept telling me hit me. He's like, bro, everybody sleeps on fucking Jerry because, they've never felt that power. As in when they feel the Mack truck hit this fucking dude, they're going to realize what the fuck they're going against right there. And I seen it. And then I seen Jerry and his whole confidence, everything came back. And it was like, yo, holy shit, fucking Travis was right on this. Jerry wasn't playing. Jerry is the fucking real deal here. So then I started getting all excited and everything. And then I remember against the Hermes and shit. And I remember everything that went wrong. And it was just a disaster, everything. And then to see Hermes go and do what he did, I'm like, fuck, dude. I'm like starting to second guess Jerry again. And I'm like, damn, everybody's right. All the haters are like, oh, it's what a mismatch. Hermes killed him and Jerry's telling me like 50 fucking excuses. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, oh man, Jerry just makes up a lot of excuses here. Then I go see him against Alex Cadetia, and I'm like, I don't know, man, because Alex beat Hermes, and now fucking, I see what Hermes did to Jerry, and then I'm like, yo, he just went through him like a hot knife through butter, and I'm like, dude, Jerry is what the fuck, bro? So it's like, it matters who shows up that day, but seeing what Jerry's looking like and knowing what a freak Jerry is. I mean, I'm talking in the gym, the way he trains, doesn't do many exercises, but what he does is world elite level. I mean, beating NFL in the Columbine and all that. Like, he just does some crazy shit on the bench and moves around like he's a lightweight after he just benched like 60 fucking reps of like 315 and then jumps up on a pull-up bar with little wood planks and he starts banging out like 20, 30 pull-ups. And you're looking at this monster that's 320 pounds and you're like, bro, what the fuck were you given? As like, your genetics are just crazy, bro. So when you just keep saying things over and over in your head and you just got something in your head, you kind of like manifest your own future. And I just think he's been telling himself from day one when he made this comeback that Levon's just been sitting in the throne holding it for Jerry. And this is Jerry's last run, and he's going to fucking do this. I don't know, man. It sounds fucking crazy when I say it out loud and I hear myself saying this, but yo, bro, I think Jerry, it's going to be his day, man. I could be completely wrong, and Levon can go and make me look mad stupid and like it could be 4-0 and like everybody like it wasn't even close. But I just think that Jerry is going to put everything on the table that day. He knows this is like the big boss. This is like the match of his life. He's never had a bigger match and never a bigger stage, never a bigger spotlight. And I know that Jerry is such a competitive dude. This is what he's been waiting for. And that dude's got confidence, bro. Like I'm not kidding. He'll tell himself so many times that he's gonna be that guy. I think he's just manifesting this, man, and he could be the dude that's gonna shock the fucking world, bro. So I'm gonna go crazy as it sounds. I'm putting myself under Jerry right now for the win that day, and I bet you I'm probably like one of the only people that are gonna say this right now. What do you think, Matt? Am I totally fucking nuts right now?
No, not at all. He absolutely has the skill set and the ability to get a win. And you're seeing his style here is just so difficult for people to deal with. It's incredibly powerful. He gets his shoulder behind, and every now and then he'll throw in with a cup wrist and go through the press like that, which he just did then to surprise Gennady. But and look who's in his corner right there.
Bro, I was going ape shit that day, man. I just remember every round, in between every round, I really thought he was gonna die. This dude, bro, looks like he's on his deathbed. He can't breathe. He's like, and he's fucking bright red, and he can't get a full breath. And I remember, I'm like, bro, we got to get this fucking shirt off him right now. He can't breathe. It's so fucking tight. And they're yelling at him. They're like, no, you got to keep that on. And he's listening to them. And I just turn around to them. I say, fuck that, bro. Take that shit off right now, bro. And he just like he just ripped that fucking shit off. And that's why he's in a beater right there. That was what he was wearing underneath it and all. They were not happy that we did that, but I literally felt that's why he couldn't breathe. But that's just normal Jerry. That's what he does, bro. Like every round in between it, he looks like he's about to go into cardiac arrest. You know what I mean? It's just that real, bro. But I mean, I was just going ape shit after that fucking round 3, and it was just like all the haters were like, "Oh, he's gonna get mopped. He shouldn't be there." And I just kept thinking, I'm like, "Fuck that!" And that's when Chance was sitting in the front row, and they were going back and forth, and Chance had him written off. And that's all me and Jerry. Right after that win, we turned around to Chance like, "What now, bitch?" You know what I mean? Like we just got the win on that one. But I think it's going to be a shocking day, man, because I really think that Levon's sleeping on him. We all know what's coming. We know he's coming in with that flop press and all that. But the thing is people try to train with somebody that, oh, this guy's got a press and all that. And they think that's what they're going to feel. And they're all prepared for, their training partner that's got a nasty press. But I think it's just this dude is like a Mack truck when he that fucking shoulder in behind there. I think it puts these people in a position they've never felt in their life. And, all it takes is one round. I mean, it could be the first 2 rounds, Levon's winning 2-0. If Jerry could just get in there one round and put some wear on this motherfucker's arm and catch Levon open in like a top roll and Jerry just sitting on that and starts grinding this shit out, I think that's all it takes. Nobody's ever really did that. The closest person to do that was Hermes, and we seen how it almost changed it. Even though Levon got the win, it also looked like Levon was ready to die that day. It was so like he couldn't breathe or nothing, and that's what it's going to take. And all it takes is that one round. I don't think Levon's ever been tested after with that endurance, bro. So, either it's going to be a 4-0, Levon walks away, but if Jerry gets in there that one round, I think that could be the whole game changer. And that next round after that, I think Jerry's going to make each round after that easier and easier. And it's just going to be like, holy shit, bro. So,
I'm just enjoying your celebrations in the how happy you were there for
Bro, I
Jerry.
felt like it was my match, bro. I was like so vested in this shit. I was fucking going crazy right there, bro. Like that was like so happy for me because that was the first time I've ever seen him like really pull in person. You know what I mean? And it's
You're almost attacking Jerry. Oh, that's amazing. And then there's another bit here where you get to see, there you go, your celebration. Super happy.
Roy, I wouldn't put on a big money on that match, bro. I'm not there with that. I'm just, this is also my good friend, and I'm hoping with all my heart that he could pull it off and all. But that is the only match that I probably wouldn't put no money on. I think he's too close of a friend to just I want it so much. It's like with me and the Yankees, you know what I mean? You're probably gonna go against, your better gut feeling and all that, just with the hope of it happening and all. But I think it's gonna be one of the hardest matches that Jerry's ever have. But I have faith in him, and I just know with my own life, with manifesting things and just saying the same thing over and over to myself for so goddamn long that I surprise myself sometimes with things in life that I didn't think I could pull off, but I just tricked my mind and told myself every fucking day for such a long period of time that it comes true. And like I think that's a possibility with Jerry. And I just feel like that Levon could potentially sleep on him, man. Like a lot of people do. They really do. They think they figured it out. They figured out how to deal with that style, but you haven't felt Jerry. You know what I mean? He's just so far ahead with his one move that he's got. So I'm going with Jerry on this, man. I got to back my boy with it. I hope he surprises the world and his dreams come true. And it would be the best thing to happen for all of us in arm wrestling, man, because right now everybody's just like, oh, Levon's going, oh, it's a guaranteed win. There's nobody that really excites you or that you want to see him going against. So if he gets that loss, man, it would be just so exciting to see the stir up it would cause in the whole world stage. Like, you know what I mean? It would just be like, holy shit. Then we know we're guaranteed a rematch. That's going to happen. He might not even take another match after that. It might be just a rematch after that. Like 6 months from now, they might just be like, fuck it, bro. Levon wants to fucking get that win back. He's just going to train just for Jerry and take it a lot more seriously. And I think just that alone, man, would be so much people would be watching and tune in. Because otherwise, if Levon goes right through this, dude, what the fuck is next for Levon? There's nothing. There's nobody. Maybe like Vitali down the line just because he's such a big dude and all that. But even still, it's not. It's the styles, man. It's Jerry's got that one fucking style that you don't know, bro. That shoulder gets behind it like he did with Alex. Bro, Alex Cadencia went into that last match like, there's no way I'm losing. 100% I'm winning. I know he was like that at East vs. West 4. Hermes and Alex were hanging out with us that night drinking, and they were clowning on Jerry. And me and Jerry were getting so fucking mad because the way they were talking, like it's like a guarantee they'll kill Jerry. It's not even a match. And then to see how Alex went in there, and I love Alex. That was one of my good homies when I went away to Turkey. He was like one of the dudes I hung out with a lot of the time. Like, after that, we were doing all these interviews. I'd always stay in touch with him. So I really, really like Alex a lot. And it kind of got in my own head. I'm like, when he went against was Jerry versus Alex, I kind of was like, yo, Alex is so fucking like guaranteed he's got this. He's gonna whop fucking Jerry. And then to see what Jerry did to him and to see Alex's face, that could happen again, guys. I'm telling you, man. There's that slight percentage possibility that Jerry can fucking do that shit again, and that would be some crazy shit right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't believe that we get to see it. It's not far away, and there are a lot of things that are working against Levon heading into the match in terms of the travel. Do you think that? Do you think he'll get a first class ticket, or do you think they'll stick him in coach?
Oh man, that'll tell us how they're really doing. How King of Table and Core Sports are doing money wise, because I know how much that Yeah, that's a $5,800 first class ticket, both ways. It's an expensive one. So if we do see some pictures and or videos of Levon sitting first class, then what I've been thinking is all wrong, and they are banking. If we don't see no pictures or videos of him going there, then we know that he sat coach and they didn't want anybody to know about that shit. So if anybody's going to get that first class ticket, Levon would be the man. So that will tell us right there if Core Sports is just murdering and making real money, or if they're just breaking even. Levon saying coach, bitches. That's it. They might have did him nice, and they might just rent the whole row for him of coach, because that'd be a lot fucking cheaper. So if we see something like that, we're like, all right, they're doing all right. If we don't see no pictures of him on a plane, guys, then they're not really banking yet.
Yeah, and plus, like, you would think, okay, well, how come everyone else has to go by coach, but you're paying first class for Levon here?
Yeah, but he kind of deserves it, man. He's the throne. He's sitting in the throne, bro. If you're gonna do anybody first class, that's the guy. And then the other second guy would be Devin. And I still haven't seen no Devin videos or pictures sitting first class. And I'm telling you guys, I went first class. Anytime I go overseas, I go first class. And bro, you're gonna take. There's no way you're sitting up there and you're not making a picture or a video, bro, because it's that amazing. I just remember fucking 16 hours on that flight. I did not want to get off that plane, bro. That shit was fucking heaven. And I felt so bad because I said that, and when I get off the plane, Jerry and his wife just look like they went through World War III. They were like miserable, fucking their neck hurts, they're all stiff, they're cursing, and then I'm with a big smile like, fuck, man, I didn't want it to end. I wanted another steak every fucking 2 hours. I take a nap. Next thing I get up, when I hit the serve, I want a filet mignon. I want my fucking, what bottle of wine am I cracking open? That, bro, they had a full bar. Like, I mean, like, not just a bar. Like, I'm talking, you get your own bottle. They had like old crazy wines that were like 30 years old, and I'm like, oh, let me try one of these, let me try that, bro. This thing was just so amazing. So I'm telling you, we will know by Core Sports, if you're listening right now, we want to see Levon making some pictures of taking his trip with a big smile, sitting first class on some like Turkish Airlines or Emiratis or some shit. Because he might even get his own suite. They got those suites now where you get your own shower and everything, bro. That'll tell us where we're at with arm wrestling right there, guys. So.
Yeah, well, that would make a big difference in his preparation for the match, because being squashed into those seats is horrible. I'm just picturing him being in the middle seat in the middle of the plane, like just squished in with people next to him, like for 14 hours straight.
I just remember seeing Jerry in it. It was just, I felt bad, bro. And they were in the first row right behind me, so they could see when they moved that curtain, they'd see me there. So it was like torture. And the seat next to me was the only seat in first class that was open. So I had my whole fucking thing, and Jerry kept trying to talk the guy into letting him go up there, but the guy wouldn't let him fucking sit there. So I kind of like, it was like a dick move in I'm like, damn, dude, I feel like an asshole right now. I should have fucking treated Jerry here. Like, like he should be up here. He's about to have one of the biggest match of his life, and he's sitting in coach, and I'm sitting first class. So,
and every time they pull that curtain back, you're there with a knife and fork, like eating a steak, you're drinking wine, and it's just like...
Yeah, it was not a good look, man. And what was crazy, bro, is when I got on there, I'm doing all the content, and I'm making videos and all that, and the cook comes out, and he's like, your personal cook. He comes and sits down with each person in first class, and he kind of has like a 5 to 10 minute talk with you where he wants to know your preferences, how you like things and all that. So when he came up, he's looking at me, he's like, you look so familiar, bro. Like, how do I know you? I was like, oh, I'm an arm wrestler. I got a YouTube. He goes, oh my God, I fucking know you. He's like, I've seen your videos. So I'm like, yo, this is fucking crazy here. I'm like, yo, my boy over here, this is Jerry. He's like the world champion, and he's going for he didn't recognize him and all that, but you know, it was all cool. That next thing, this guy goes up and he starts telling all the stewardess up there, like, and he's pointing at me, and they're all now looking at me like I'm like this famous dude, and I'm like, yo, this is fucking crazy right now. What a fucking thing right here. So that was a very cool experience and all, but I'm definitely curious to see how that all goes and all plays out, see if they get the first class seats and all that. That'd be really cool.
Yeah, it will be a big question mark. And yeah, and in terms of the actual match itself, it's just going to answer that question. Okay, well, Jerry has this very unique style. How do you deal with that at the absolute elite level? Levon is the guy who's going to show us if he's good enough.
Yeah. And it also matters, will Jerry be able to get in his position? Because that was always the thing where Hermes has the back pressure that, you know, could kind of open up Levon, then could go into transition into the press. And that's kind of where Jerry lacks. So it all depends. Will Jerry be able to get his shoulder behind him? You know what I mean? If he don't get that shoulder behind him and Levon just, you know, flashes right through him and it's just too much of a power gap, then it won't even be close, you know. And it also matters what the refs are going to allow. Will the refs, you know, they might let the first 2 rounds where, you know, everybody's squared off, but, you know, it might be so one-sided. They may like, all right, you know, let's let Jerry get that shoulder, because Jerry likes to sneak that in before to go. And if they let him kind of line up with that shoulder, like a line behind him and like kind of turned in, that could be a little game changer right there and could go in Jerry's way as well. And Jerry is pretty quick, you know, it's deceiving to see a big dude like that move as fast as he does. So definitely it'll be interesting to see, man.
I think that both guys, they're both big, heavy men. And if this gets in a grinding war, I think we're going to see 2 very exhausted guys getting up on the table for the later rounds.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be like a lot of heavy breathing, a lot of like, okay, just put our hands together. Oh my God. Yeah.
You're going to see the oxygen tanks out in between fucking rounds. Core Sports, you better have both oxygen tanks set up with the mask. You're going to see both of them like they're going to look like 2 guys in old age home fucking with the mask on, trying to breathe and get their breath and all that. I can see that. Corey says MMT wants to match with Levon so bad that I'd bet Michael is telling Levon how to win. Bro, you could tell anybody how to win against Jerry. It's so much difference. And the guy to listen to that is Travis, bro. Travis would say it every fucking time. I know exactly what Jerry's doing. I know where he's going. I've prepared so many times to beat this dude, and it's just such a freak power that you just can't. There's no explaining it. Like, you know how to beat normal dudes in a press, but it's different when you got this guy that's been doing that one move for 35 years that is just mastered it. He doesn't do anything. If you watch him top roll, because if you actually go to arm wrestling practice with this dude, you wouldn't even think he's an elite level arm wrestler. He starts trying to pull out this top roll, and it is the most awkward looking thing. And it started making me think that I might have something for Jerry right now. You know, when you see him in a practice at his regular team practice, you're like, he's gonna be the guy to beat, and you're just like, I don't. That's what. Before Gennady, I seen a couple of practices I was at with his team, and I'm like, oh my God, dudes that should not even be, you don't even know their name in the arm wrestling world, and they're giving Jerry some problems, and Jerry's doing this weird ass top roll that looks like he's spazzing out on the table, and you're like, oh my God, bro, like, what am I doing here? There's no way this dude's gonna have a shot. But then when you go actually see him in competition, bro, you never see that top roll, and thank God you guys never seen this shit. And then all of a sudden this boy does what he does, and I mean, everybody knows where he's going, but you can't fucking stop him. He's just such an animal in it, man. And to say MMT wants that match with Levon so bad, I mean, bro, we see what MMT against Devin is, bro. I mean, it's night and day in my eyes. I think Devin just like is too much for him, and we see what Levon does to MMT. It's just a style thing, bro. You know what I mean? It's like, I just don't think Monster Michael Todd will ever be able to touch fucking a guy like Levon. You know, no matter how good he is, I don't think that King's move is ever going to work on Levon. You know, so I think it's like 2 different worlds right there. The only bet that we're having is that Jerry is you know, it's that good in that fucking move, bro. You know what I mean? And if that shoulder gets behind that, that's 330 fucking pounds going against your bicep, bro. That's whew. Doesn't matter how big you are, man. That's a tough move to deal with. And you might be able to beat him the first 1-2 rounds and all. But if that shoulder does get in round 3, round 4, that changes everything, because now Levon is just burnt out. I mean, if you try holding that press, bro, I mean, you're going to lose 30-40% real quick of your strength. And then those rounds after that, it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. So I definitely think Levon's definitely the favorite on this, you know, but something's telling me that we could be in for an upset that day, and you know, Jerry can shock the world, man. I would not be totally surprised. So I'm really excited about this card. This one is like King of Tables. You know, they're making their comeback. I know a lot of people were really angry with the production, and you know, a lot of things that went on that last one. A lot of the matches just made no sense to us, and you know, a lot of people didn't buy in, and you know, they said they were going to do something to make it better, and I never seen any money given back or anything. But from seeing this card they put together, I feel like this is what they meant. They were going to make it up by giving us the next card was going to be like, holy shit. They put some serious matches together. And I mean, you got Levon on this card going against Jerry, which everybody's been waiting. And then that other one, Barbora versus Gabby. I mean, Barbora is the Levon of women in my eyes. And, you know, Gabby's right there. And it's like, that's another one that's just like, holy shit. And then to throw in that big entertainment match with Brian Shaw versus Eddie Hall. I mean, you know, that's exciting in its own way, just to see how that goes. Also to see so many new people tuning in. And then, you know, throwing Captain America, Paul Lynn on that, going against the old school legend, Krause. That's an interesting one. We got Dave Chafee on this, going kind of against somebody that we really don't know much about, but this guy is just one waff, both arms and all. So there's a lot of exciting matches. Corey West on this one, going against Tobias. That's also a great one. So shout out to the King of Table. You guys are definitely doing it right on this one, and give you praise on the card you set up on this for sure.
They've got the names there. Well, I did see a comment earlier about sort of the mistakes that they continue to make with their promotional side, and I'm just see if I can find that comment. But they were just saying like that they've only just recently announced the venue and where it's happening and all the rest of it. I think they really do struggle with their promotion, and they really rely on those names to sell the event for them. I mean, I can't think of any time that I've seen like King of the Table putting out video packages and stuff to say, hey, you know, like a trailer, this is the event, this is why you will be interested in seeing it, and then like a highlight reel of Levon versus a highlight reel of Jerry, and it's going to come into a head. And you know, that they really struggle with actually selling their product. I don't know why. I don't know. I think they're just because they're a video production company that they don't have that as their forefront as to maybe they just get told like, this is what we want you to do, put this lighting together, put these cameras together, you know, how we want the event to look like this, and then they just do that. But in terms of actual promotion of the event, you know, the company really should be pushing this. Like the only time I ever see stuff coming from there is from YouTube channels, and it's guys like us, it's guys like Coach Ray, it's guys like, you know, Ryan Bowen, it's people that are talking about these matches that actually gets people to go, oh, is there a card on this? You know, they don't seem to do a lot on their own back of promoting their own event. And it's here that where is it there? Yeah, so Roy says they don't have a strong social media presence. Engen for East versus West is an animal on social media, promotes all the time. Yeah, so that's the difference though. But Engen is promoting it through his own channel. He's not promoting it from the East versus West perspective. So which is quite interesting. And he, even when he uploads videos, he uploads them on his own channel. He doesn't upload them to the East versus West channel, which I think is a serious mistake, because you know, anything goes wrong with Engen and people's public opinion turns against him, then it is the downfall of the company. Whereas you can have the company stand alone and be separate and be a symbol, and you know, you can change who's running the company 10 times. People don't care because they synonymize themselves with the actual company. They don't know who's running behind it. I mean, obviously, say you got the UFC, people know who Dana White is, but if Dana White wasn't there, the company would still be fine, and everyone would still go ahead with UFC. And if Dana White put his foot in his mouth, then it's like, okay, that doesn't look good for him, but it doesn't mean that the company is now on its downturn. But yeah, it just surprises me that they really struggle with their promotion side of things. I never see like hype videos coming from them. I never see sort of announcements that, this is what's happening, interviews and stuff. All the interviews I see are on other people's YouTube channels, interviewing the athletes. And that's where they're sort of relying on building their interest in it. And I think it's a really big mistake, a really big missed opportunity that you have all like this card. You've got some incredible athletes competing on there. Where's your promotion? If I type in King of the Table 13, what comes up first in my search results isn't King of the Table's website. It's the Golden Arms website, which is just the website which lists the matches. And it's like, that's a mistake. Why isn't your website coming up first? You guys should be the ones that everyone should be going to. Like, your website should be the place that everyone goes to find out this information and is like leading the charge. Your YouTube channel should be the one where everyone's finding out this information about your event. That's where you should be interviewing all your athletes. That's where you should be doing all of your promotional work. I don't even know if King of the Table has its own YouTube channel. It's that sort of difficult to find most of the time. Like, after an event, you're searching for it and you're going through all these other YouTubers who have put up results or talked about this, or they've got interviews with the athletes, but you can't find the official actual channel. And it's like, this is very strange.
Who owns King of Table these days? I've been trying to figure that out, because I was always under the impression back in the day it was like Adam Silver and Larry Wheels, and then, Core Sports. And I wasn't sure if there was like a partnership or something going on with that. And then, over the years, I thought that Larry and Adam kind of split ways with Core Sports. Like when they moved out of Dubai and all, and I know a couple of the next events, they weren't even at them. So I just had in my head that, Adam and Larry no longer had anything to do with King of Table. But, as of recently, somebody was telling me that Adam Silver is still one of the owners of King of Table. Do you have any knowledge of that?
I don't. I'm probably of the exact same opinion as to you, that it felt very much like a passion project from Larry Wheels, and when he got involved in arm wrestling, that he wanted a production company to put on his event, and that is Core Sports is the production company that he went with. But now obviously he's not doing arm wrestling. He hasn't done for quite a while. So they're still sort of running, but as to who is pushing it and who's the people behind it, I don't really know. And who the owners are, I don't know, which is probably a good thing. They don't need to show everyone, hey, I'm the person behind the event, but they need to be pushing their content out constantly, because people don't care who's behind the scenes, as long as the content is good and as long as it's out there and they're interested in what they're doing. But they need to be the first point of contact for, okay, King of the Table arm wrestling. Like, I typed it into YouTube a second ago and I'll bring up the results here. So I've got a bunch of shorts which were from other people's channels. They've got Coach Ray as the first result, and then there is 2 Core Sports results here, but then it goes straight down to, Brazilian arm wrestle, Lucid, Larry Wheels' channel. There is it's just like they're not their first point of contact for your search results, and they should be. It's like, why are you guys not pushing it in the way that you could really be building this sport? You've got all the names there. You've got so many elements correct, but the promotional side is just really lacking.
See, that's why I was always under the impression that it was Core Sports that kind of took over King of Table. I just was under the impression that Adam and Larry, went a different way. And when they moved out to California, they wanted to make their own content, and, they kind of made their separation then. So that's where I always wrote off, like, Core Sports being the promoter, because it was just like, yeah, they're a production company and this is not their bread and butter. I figured like they were doing other things. And I just remember when I first met Don Andres in East vs. West, and I was talking with him in the elevator, and You know, he was originally a New York guy. Now he lives out in Dubai. And I said to him, and I was like, yo, so what's up with you and arm wrestling? Where do you see this going? And he just turned around and he goes, listen, bro. He goes, I'm about the money, bro. I don't give a fuck if you were going to go and get 2 chickens and put them in a ring and have them fighting. If they're going to make fucking money, I'll fucking produce that shit. And like, I was just like, okay, gotcha, bro. So ever since then, I was always just an impression, you know, this was just like, you know, the production company that really didn't give so much about arm wrestling. And, you know, they might've seen an opportunity where they could build this up and make some money down the line. So, you know, they were just kind of in with that. So that's why I always wrote it off as like, all right, that's why there's not much promotion going on. That when they teamed up with Engen, they seen somebody that was so passionate about it and lived arm wrestling. They're like, all right, this is our guy. We're gonna fucking produce East versus West. We'll be the production company, which, you know, they're the smart dudes on that, because it doesn't matter if East versus West does good or anything, they're getting paid regardless. They make their money and they're happy. So that's where I just wrote it off. And King of Table was like, fuck it. You know, they're not with Adam Silver and Larry Wheels no more. So they really like, we'll just keep throwing these as kind of like the second platform, you know, kind of throw some more arm wrestling at people. If we break even or if we make a little extra money, all right, you know. So that's kind of where I've been at, and like, all right, that's why we don't see much promotion. But then recently, you know, I seen Adam Silver being a little more out there, and then, you know, somebody told me that he's still part owner of that, and I'm like, wow, I'm surprised if that's true, because, you know, Adam's a very smart guy with promoting. I would think that he would get somebody, a face of the company, then to become the promoter, or him himself do it, you know. So, you know, I would like to find out that, you know, see who actually is the owner behind that, and, you know, maybe that'll kind of tell us why they're not promoting as much and all. And, you know, maybe it's just a kind of like a production thing, and they're happy with just making, you know, a couple dollars here or there on the King of Table, and the overall goal is just to grow arm wrestling in a sense, because the more it grows, the more money they make, and the more money they make with East versus West, and they don't got to do much.
Yeah, it's strange. I mean, there's comments here, you know, from Roy, they don't even have a King of the Table Instagram profile. Most people are getting their information from Jake Ward, or from his Aussie Arm Wrestler channel. It's there you go. It just goes to show you that, look, these guys are not promoting their own event; they're relying on YouTube channels to promote their event, which is
I don't know. It's kind of strange and all, but, you know, maybe things will change with that and all. But yeah, I mean, we've been on for a while tonight. I just I had a big announcement I wanted to let everybody know and all that. I'm kind of sad to say this in a way, and kind of bother me. I've been going back and forth, but yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break from arm wrestling for a while, guys. I think I'm gonna, you know, put the Buzz show on hold and all. I got so much things going on in my life, and I just not feeling the same passion that I've have over the last 4 years. I kind of like started to lose interest, and, you know, a lot of the things that's been going on in the arm wrestling world has just kind of been hitting me in a negative way. And this used to be like my love, my passion, and, you know, anything that would happen in the arm wrestling world, I was always the first to be reporting it. Like, I lived on social media and just watching everything going on, because I loved it so much. But I over the last few months, I've just been not feeling that same love, and a lot of things that I see going on as far as like the competitors on the top stage and things that's been going on, it's just been like getting me mad. And like, I don't like where I see arm wrestling going right now. I don't know if it's I lost my passion, my love for the sport, and maybe that's part of it. But it's just been rubbing me wrong. And I've just been, the last few months, I feel like I haven't been doing my job as being like the arm wrestling Buzz, to keep everybody in the loop with things. And, you know, I stopped promoting a lot of the big East versus West matches, and just because of everything that's went on with us. And I just feel like I've been going half-ass at this. And I'm one of those guys that, like, I want to do whatever I do. I want to do it with my passion and give it my all. And I just feel like I've been letting down a lot of people, and, you know, people have been noticing, and I haven't been staying in the loop with things. And, you know, matches go on and I'm not watching them, and I'm not reporting what's coming up next as much. And, you know, I've been doing a lot of other things. I got another business that I'm building, and I'm trying to build a YouTube channel on that. And I feel like I'm trying to do everything, and everything I'm doing is half-assed, where I'm one of those guys that, like, when I go into something, I want to give it my 100% and come like really good and just know everything. And by spreading myself so thin, I haven't been doing anything in either world that's been up to my standard. And I've been battling with myself back and forth every for the last couple months, and I'm just like, maybe it'll just come back, and I'll get that passion again. And then not ordering that last East versus West showed me that would never happen. Like, I watched every fucking match and I just had no interest in it. And then, I didn't give a shit after that. And that just showed me, like, damn, bro, like I lost it right now. And I just don't have that passion. And I feel like I'm being half-assed with everybody. And, and it's not something I'm proud of right now. I'm not putting in my all. Like, even just preparing for tonight, going through and trying to catch up with the King of Table matches. I'm like, damn, bro, this is like fucking work right now. Like, I don't really give a fuck. And I'm supposed to go report back on all this shit. And it's not there anymore. So I'm not saying I'm gone for good, guys. I'm just saying right now, I can't do up to my standard and give you guys, what it deserves and all that shit. So rather than just fake this every week and, kind of come in half-assed and not know everything, I'd rather just hang up my shit for right now. And, this could change in, a month from now and be like, fuck, man, I haven't been in the arm wrestling world and it really bothered me. And like, maybe that passion will start. I'm also going to probably start pulling in January. I've been telling everybody that, but I haven't been on the table in 6 months. I've been just working out and bodybuilding and, working on my business and all. So maybe, once I start pulling again, it'll come back to my roots, and just like that passion and that fire will come back under me, and I'm hoping that happens. But I just, I'm sorry to say this, guys, but, I think I'm just going to step away right now from arm wrestling for right now. And, it saddens me to say this, because I never thought, I would be doing this. And, I always considered myself as a lifer since the beginning. I'm like, fuck, I'm going to do this for the rest of my life and all that. But I just got to step back, see if I miss it that much. And, hopefully that fire and passion comes back. But, as of right now, I'm not feeling it, guys. I just really, I'm not. And I'm sorry to say that, Matt. I kind of sprung that on you right before we went on. And, I felt really bad in August. We talk all the time, and, we had all these plans to go and start doing Arm Wrestling Buzz International. And, I just watching my YouTube. It's like, I'm not getting new subscribers anymore. It's like I'm doing the least as possible. I used to put this like a full-time job and used to make all the clips and putting out interview after interview. And I don't have the want to do that anymore. I just haven't wanted to. And, with my other business, I'm building a YouTube to go with that, to show my journey in that. And I feel like I go in and I go half-ass at that because I'm not fully committed. Where if I feel like if I stopped arm wrestling right now, I would put in a lot more work into that, and that equals money in my pocket. And, and I'm trying to build a business, and all that shit would help. And also, so guys, right now, this is going to be the last Arm Wrestling Buzz show for right now. Like I said, could change in a month from now. Maybe I'll get that passion back when I get back on the table. But I just want to say I really appreciate all the support you guys been there. I mean, every week you guys are tuned in. It's like I got my regulars, and I really respect that, guys, and really appreciate all the support you guys did over the years and all that. But this is not the end, but for right now, I'm gonna hang up my my arm wrestling stuff for now. So just wanted to let everybody know that.
No, I'm sure that everyone appreciates everything that you've done over the last few years in terms of arm wrestling. And it is one of those sports where you jump in and it starts to define you, and you start to love it, and it becomes a passion. And it's like everything you're thinking about is arm wrestling related. And that's going to last for a certain amount of time. But then when it starts to overwhelm, or, you're putting effort in and it feels like, I don't really feel like doing it tonight, but then you do it anyway. And then if that compounds and you're like, oh man, it can get to a point where you're like, I've been pushing through this for quite a while without feeling that passion, and that's where it becomes like a frustration, or like, you know, you don't want to be doing it. And rather than continuing to do something that you're not feeling 100% on, I think it's fantastic that you've made that decision and gone, look, I'll give it a break for a little while, and then, you know, I'll see how I feel, and, you know, hopefully everything will come back, and then I'll jump back in and keep going. But there is a very high level of intelligence to do that, and to be willing to step away and not just continue on, because it would lower the quality of everything if you're doing stuff just because you think you have to do it, rather than because you can't wait to do it. And that's what I think you're one of those people that it's like, I want to be fully 100% committed and passionate about everything that I do, and I want to be getting up early just to be able to get out and do a video, and I'm staying up late because I can't wait to see this interview with this guy. And like, you know, if you're not feeling that, then yeah, it's time for a bit of a change, or maybe it's time to relax and step back and see if that feeling comes back again.
Yeah, I agree, man. I feel like, you know, I set high standards for myself in everything I do, and I like to be like, give it my all and my 100%. And it just hasn't been there. And I just been hoping for the last like few months something was going to click or something. And it's just like, I don't know, man. A lot of the stuff that I'm feeling from the arm wrestling world with the drama and, you know, all this shit, it's just like always been negative for the last like months for me. And arm wrestling was always my place to get away from my stressful life of running businesses. And this was like my go-to to like forget all the serious shit and just hang with my family and friends and just bullshit about something I fucking love. And it's just I lost that recently, and it's just I've never felt anything like this, and it's just been driving me crazy because, you know, every week I'm getting on here and it's like I don't know what's going on. I kind of got to like catch up real quick on a couple YouTube channels and try knowing what's going on. And I'm like, even when I'm reporting back, it's like all you guys in the chat know more than me, and that never was. I used to know everything. If you did anything in the arm wrestling world, I was like the first one to know, and everybody would be calling me, letting me know, did you know this? And it was like I felt so connected, and it just has not been there for months now. And I just, every time I'm on here, I just don't feel legit. And I just feel like the Arm Wrestling Buzz Show needs to be that person that just, you know, anything happens, you got to be able to report back. And I'm just not that guy right now. And I'm just giving you guys half-ass shit. And I kind of feel stupid sometimes, you know, not knowing like the matches and who just won and who they like. It's just, you know, it's just not me, man. I need to keep to a certain standard, and I just haven't been living up to my own standards. And I need to stop this right now. So I just want to thank everybody again, man. I really appreciate Matt. You were like the best co-host, man. Like it was just, I've had such a run with you, bro. And, you know, we've made it 79 episodes and all that. And, you know, I'm just hoping maybe in like when I get back on the table in January, like I said, you know, things change and, you know, I could get back into things and just feel that passion. Maybe I'll get on that table that first day and be like, fuck, this is what I missed, man. You know, because I haven't pulled in 6 months, bro. And, you know, that's crazy just to say out loud. I'm just like, this is really weird, man. So, and then another thing, guys, check out if you want, still stay in touch with me and follow me or whatever. Forget About It channel. Forget About It Junk Removal. I started another YouTube channel. I think I've been up and running like a month and a half right now. I'm doing the same thing I did in the arm wrestling world. I kind of went to the top guys in the industry, all the guys that are successful. I'm friends with everybody. I'm starting off just doing interviews, and what I did was I'm picking these guys' brains. All these guys do coaching, and they teach everybody in the junk removal industry how to be really successful. So I went at it a different way. I was like, you know what? Let me just get them on YouTube, pick their brains. I don't got to get into coaching and all that. And I just came really close with all these dudes. And, you know, I just keep justifying in my head. It's like, this equals money. This equals my hard work of, you know, dedicating myself 7-8 hours a day. This is all going to come back in my pocket, you know, as far as my company getting a brand and out there, which it's already did. Like, I mean, I'm known throughout the whole country in the junk removal in a month and a half. I went to the expo and I felt like I was at an arm wrestling event. I had a line of people lining up to take pictures with me. And I'm just like, what the fuck? How did I do this that quick? Holy shit. So if you guys want to follow my journey in there, my main goal with this right now is I did a bunch of, I'm an entrepreneur. I get into so many different businesses. I've been successful in a lot of them, but this challenge, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make a nationwide franchise. I've never did anything like this, but I'm literally going to document the whole way through. I just literally bought my office. I just got a yard to keep my trucks in. I just bought my truck. I got it wrapped, and I'm showing everything the whole way through. And I'm actually going to be on the truck learning this business. I've never really worked a day in my life where I busted my ass and did anything like this. People think I'm fucking nuts that I'm going to do this now. They're like, why are you doing this? And it's like, because I got a lot of time on my hands, and I want to challenge myself, and I want to just keep growing, and I want to build an empire, and I want to show that I could actually get out there, bust my ass on a truck, learn this from the worker. And you guys are going to watch me go through all this shit, which I've never did manual labor in my fucking life. And I'm going to go and show you guys the whole way through. I'm going to do 6 months on this truck, learning how the day-to-day operations work from a worker's perspective. And then I'm going to build my own formula to make it where now I transfer from being on the truck every day to building my team. Now I'm going to go and just answer the phones, and I'm going to build it with the marketing and do everything from the marketing and just answer phones. And then from 6 months to 1 year, I'm going to go and build my fleet. Now I'm going to go get 3-4 trucks going, and I'm going to show you guys how that changes my life. And then after that 1 year, hopefully by that time, I'm going to go now over to my Florida spot, and I'm now going to go open up that same company, same brand, and repeat that and see how that goes. If that goes smooth, the next place is New York, and that's going to be the beginning of my franchise. And I want to show everybody, like, look at this. This dude did this from the beginning, from being a worker to now he owns 3 different forget about it junk removals in 3 different states, and now I'm making $1 million a month on this shit. And I'm going to try going against 1-800-JUNK, which, if anybody knows that, it's a $600 million company. And that actual guy that built that, he's a good friend of mine. He's showing me everything. He just gave me all his coaching and marketing for free, and this guy's like kind of taking me under the wing. He's like, yo, you got what it takes, bro. You got that drive. And I definitely got lined up with some real big players in that, and they see the drive I got, and they get in behind me. So if you guys want to continue following me and get over to there, I think I only got like 200 and some subs right now, but it's starting to grow, and I'm starting to get some traction and all. But yeah, come follow me over there. I'll be doing tons of interviews, probably like 3 to 5 a week. And then, like I said, we're going to do from the interviews, then you're going to see me day to day on the truck. I'm going to go probably be bitching and moaning like I never worked so hard in my fucking life. What am I doing and all this shit? But yeah, come for the journey with me. It's going to be a good one, guys. So encourage you guys to follow me over there. And then maybe one day I'll get that fire back, and we'll be back on the Arm Wrestling Buzz. And just where everybody in the Arm Wrestling, nobody take my spot. Keep this spot open for, give me a couple months, so if I do come back, we keep the same time and same day and all that. That's all I ask for, guys. If you could just leave this spot open for me. But thank you guys for following this whole time, and just staying in touch and just being real supportive and everything. And Matt, again, bro, thank you for everything, brother. I really appreciate it. And we'll always be friends, and we're always going to stay in touch. And yeah, bro, if you want to kind of do like a spin-off, or if you want to do the Buzz for a while or something, we could definitely talk, and maybe you could keep it going and all.
Yeah, man, absolutely. No, that's it. And you can see all the positive comments that are coming in from people that appreciate all your efforts over the last couple of years. And as you said, I mean, you can hear the excitement in your voice when you're talking about this new business, and that's what you want for arm wrestling. And if you're not feeling that at this point in time, then sure, put the time and effort into the thing that you are passionate about right now, and that is your new business, and you want to make that successful. To make that successful, it's going to take a lot of time and effort. And that's what you're doing. And you can literally hear in your voice how excited you are to do this. Whereas, when you're talking about the arm wrestling side of things, maybe at the start it was like that. At this point in time, it's like, I'm not feeling that that level that I used to. And for me to be passionate about something or to be successful in something, I want to feel that feeling, and I'm not feeling it right now. So yeah, but that's one of the best things about this sport is it's always going to be around. And take a break for a bit and then see how you feel, and you can come back in, whether it's in a month's time, 6 months time, 10 years time, whatever. Arm wrestling will always be here.
Hell yeah. Well, I appreciate that, guys. And thank you guys. If you haven't already, please hit that thumbs up button. And yeah, man, stay in touch, bro. Feel free, everybody, to hit me up on Facebook if you want to just talk and kick it, whatever, man. You guys are always going to be my family. And, I consider a lot of you guys real, true friends and brothers in life. And, we'll always have that bond. So definitely stay in touch, everybody. All right, guys. Well, thank you for that, guys. Appreciate it. See the gun show to end it. Oh, yeah. One thing. I fucking got on the scale the other day. It was fucking 205, bro. I've gained so much weight.
Whoa.
Was not expecting that, man. I was expecting beyond like 180 and everything, and I get on the fucking thing and I'm 205. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. I have blown up, man. So yeah, I definitely got to lose some weight. I got to get on some cardio or some shit going on. All right, fellas. Have a great night, everybody.